Good evening, everyone. It's 7:30 p.m. on Monday, April 7th. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission here in the Municipal Building at 151 Martin Street. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Therese Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here. Thank you. We now move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, confirmations, administrations of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. We have one announcement this evening, which is to wish Commissioner Schaefer a happy birthday and to ask her our usual question, song or no song?
No song.
No song. So then you
Appreciate the wishes.
We appreciate, so congratulations on your birthday. We appreciate that you are here so adjacent to your birthday. Then we move on to appointments. We have an appointment to the Architectural Review Committee for a regular member to serve a 3-year term to expire April 11, 2028. And we have an applicant, Charles Hyde. If you'd like to come to the podium and give us your name and address and tell us why you would like to serve.
Sure. So my name is Charles Hyde. I live at 1358 Bower Street over in the Torrey community. And I'm an architect in the area. I have my own company and building homes and some commercial projects in the area. And I would like to be more engaged in a lot of the activities that the city is seeing in growth, not only the residential areas, but also commercially. So I know some of you on the committee, and I've run into you and talked to you before in the past, and I thought this would be a good way to get involved in those discussions.
Okay, thank you. Before I ask the commissioners that have the questions, I just want to make sure that you read the charter and you're aware that the ARC doesn't initiate projects. It takes projects that are referred to it by the city, public projects only, and projects that are not currently reviewed by any other board. So it was to pick up things that didn't go to design review or planning and so forth that we still wanted to have some aesthetic input, but it's not an initiate in the neighborhoods, for example, type of a role.
I think I'm just more interested in seeing what projects, on a broad scale are coming into the city, just to be engaged in that and know what the discussions are.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Hyde? Nomination?
Question first.
Okay.
If you have any projects that you're working on, do you realize you have to likely disqualify yourself or at the very least talk to the city attorney?
Public projects, that is?
If your company's the architect,
Yeah.
you realize that? Is that fair, Mary?
For all public work or private, or both?
For any work that if your firm is doing the architecture work on it, then you can't serve on a board overseeing or making recommendations.
For that particular
For that particular project.
For specific projects.
That
yeah,
specific
that we can
project.
talk
So I
about.
just want, if you're approved, I just want you to know that you have that obligation to.
That makes sense, yeah, there's a
Yeah.
conflict of interest there.
Yeah,
So,
correct.
that's understandable.
Okay. I'd be happy to make a nomination of you.
Okay.
I'd like to appoint Charles Hyde as a regular member to the Architectural Review Committee to serve a 3-year term to expire on April 11th, 2028.
Any other nominations? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, and if you'll wait a moment till we complete our other nomination, our other appointment, and then the clerk will swear you in. So we also have an appointment to the Cable Casting Board for a regular member to serve a 3-year term expiring March 30, 2028, and we have Mr. Cleary for a renewal who has served since 2015.
2015, I thought it was 2025. Time flies. Good time to do it. Yeah, I'd like to serve. Okay,
Aye.
And for the record, could you state your name and address?
Jim Cleary, I live on Fairway, 2001 Fairway.
All right, and any reasons that you'd like to renew?
Is there any reason? I love contributing with those guys.
Okay.
That's a great,
Good enough?
we've done a lot of good things.
Any questions? Commissioner Butler.
No, I would make a nomination to appoint Jim Cleary to the Cable Casting Board as a regular member to serve a 3-year term expiring March 30th, 2028.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Congratulations to both of you, and Ms. Bingham will give you both the oath of office and swear you in.
If I can have Jim Cleary and Charles come on up, raise your right hand. You'll say, "I do" after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of office of Architecture Committee and Cable Casting Board according to the best of my ability.
I do.
Thank you anyway. You can sign right there.
Does the screen go down? It's okay.
Won't last long.
I will hold myself right here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, now we move to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment for a issue that is not on this evening's agenda, please come to the microphone and state your name and address, and please hold your comment to 3 minutes. Anyone in the room like to make a comment for a matter that is not on this evening's agenda? I see none in the room. If you're online and you'd like to make such a comment, please use the raise your hand function and we will call on you. We have Kathleen.
We no longer have Kevin.
We no longer have Kathleen. All right, so last call for public comment. I see none.
Oh, she raised her hand again.
Kathleen.
Okay.
So Kathleen, are you there?
Disappeared again.
Disappeared again.
Having sort of bad signal.
Okay, am I here?
Yes, you are. Could you please give us your name and address?
Right, this is Kathleen Devereaux. I live at 1019 Ribbon Oak. I live across the street from a giant house that has been constructed at 1020 Ribbon Oak. Today at around 5 p.m., a private contractor came out and cut down a city tree located in the easement fronting Ribbon Oak. It also looks like the contractor plans to take down another city tree on this parcel fronting Worth. Since they showed up so late, I couldn't get any answers from forestry. These trees were mature trees, perfectly healthy and not damaged by the construction. Construction activity is not supposed to damage city trees pursuant to Article 5 of the City Code. It's bad enough that these projects are built to the outer edges and heights permitted by our zoning, which usually means clear cutting all vegetation on the private parcel. However, the city, in its zeal to get rid of trees that are on its prohibited list, is taking an unduly cavalier approach to letting developers take down city trees for any reason because the city does not have to pay for it. This current parcel has one mature city tree remaining where there were once 4, and I fear for that tree. The city should not allow developers to take out public trees, mature trees that are irreplaceable, and still claim to be a tree city that cares about environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make sure that the city manager's office and code enforcement follows up first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Any other public comment?
Hello, good evening. David Bloom on Wallace. Over the last week, I did a little checking in math. I hope the numbers I found are correct. If they're not, I'd appreciate to be stand corrected. 42% of the people within the area that would be allowed to use the new next facility live outside Birmingham, with 58% living within Birmingham. So I would ask all of you why Birmingham taxpayers should pay for 100% of a building if we're only using 58% of it. And that's something I think the voters are going to want to know. So I hope there's a plan for the other communities to chip in, not only to use the facility if one is built, but some type of financial allowance to pay for the building. And maybe the property has to be sold to a consortium, or there has to be some type of lease, a long-term lease arrangement, but we need to make sure the taxpayers are protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. All right, seeing none, we are going to move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. I would like to pull item F. Are there any others?
A.
Commissioner Emerine for A. Commissioner Host?
A as well.
A as well.
G, St. George.
Commissioner Long for G. All right, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to, motion to approve the consent agenda except for items A, F, and G. I believe I got those.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any comment on the motion from the commission? Any comment on the motion from the public? Ms. Bingham, would you call the roll call vote?
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Emerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Long?
Yes. All right, so would the commission like to handle these pulled items now? All right, so we'll do them in alpha order. So A, we'll start with Commissioner Emerine, since he pulled it first, and then move, and we'll let you make the motion once you're ready, but we'll also hear Commissioner Host's comments.
Okay, my comment is on page 3 of the agenda, under when there was a motion to appoint Duncan Curry. There's a aye vote for Commissioner Emerine and Commissioner Schaefer on that item, and we were both absent at the meeting, so I think we just need to remove both my vote and Commissioner Schaefer's vote on that item. It's on page 3 of the meeting minutes.
That's an easy fix. Sorry about that.
Good point.
All right, Commissioner Host.
Okay, I'm on page 5, and it's motion 03-057-25, Birmingham Well Sites Park designation. It says that I recommended that the Parks and Rec Department consider name changes to the listed parks, whereas my recollection is I did say that, but Commissioner Baller ended up asking the city manager, do we need to, turn this into a resolution to make sure that the Parks and Rec Board looks at these names with the notion of getting rid of tank and well? And the city manager said no. This was sufficient. So it's not just me. I believe it was all of us that were here agreed that these names should be looked at.
And that it wasn't a formal motion.
Right.
Got it. So would you like to investigate that, Ms. Bingham? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, all right. Could we have a motion?
I'd like to motion the item 5A on the agenda as noted.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second?
Second by Commissioner, we'll go with Commissioner Host, Emerine and Host. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right, thank you. We move to item F. Item F is a resolution to amend the asset allocation table for the Retiree Health Care Fund Investment Policy Statement as recommended by the Retiree Health Care Investment Committee. I sit on that committee, and I thought that this item warranted some background information, some context, because there was a suggestion by a resident that the overfunded status of this retiree health care plan was disproportionate to residents. And so the percent that a healthcare plan is funded is an annual calculation based on the monetary assets of the plan, the demand and the liability on the plan, the performance of the market, but it's something that gets calculated annually to see how well funded it is. Back in 2023, the retiree healthcare plan was only 80% funded. And so the city was indeed making extra allocations beyond what we're required to make into that fund to try to catch it up, because we certainly don't want to get into a position, or did not want to get into a position where we were significantly underfunded over time. Also back in 2023, in an effort to save money for the city and get a better healthcare plan, City Manager Marcus and Assistant City Manager Ecker at the time worked with the committee and the investment committee and the retiree healthcare plan committee to put out an RFP for a new healthcare benefits manager. So we did indeed hire a new healthcare benefits manager that came in and helped the city move retirees into a much more cost-effective plan, a Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicaid Advantage plan that significantly controlled costs. So the reason that this plan is funded at 131% is precisely because the city took efforts to remove significant liability from the plan by reducing the healthcare costs, and because the market performed so well. So it's not, the city did not put money into it to get it to 131%. It was the recommendation of our investment committee at the last meeting that since the plan is now more than 100% funded, given the anxiety in the market, that we move to protect the assets, since we no longer needed growth, but to move them into more protected asset classes. However, the investment committee and our investment advisors can't do that until the commission gives approval to change our approved asset allocation plan. So right now, our asset allocation is less than the percentage that they want us to be. Its maximum fixed is 35%, and they'd like us to move it to maximum fixed 50%. So that is the reason that this item is before us, because the investment committee and the asset managers can't make this change.
40%?
Yeah, 40%.
Excuse me, 40%. They can't make this change. Well, target is 40, correct? Target is 40.
Max 50.
Max 50. They can't make this change without commission approval. So that's why this is in front of us. I thought it warranted some explanation, just so residents are not concerned that we're overfunding something that they felt was, quote, a disproportionate focus. So with that, I would like to move the suggested resolution.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Bingham, could we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Long?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, Commissioner Long, you had item G.
I just pulled G because it's a public hearing, and I thought that it just should be highlighted this is regarding the replacement of improvements of sewer and water laterals for Bird Street from Pierce to Grant. There'll be a public hearing of necessity on Monday, April 21st at 7:30 p.m., which is our next scheduled meeting. And if the necessity is determined during the April 21st meeting, there'll be a meeting for a public hearing to confirm the assessment roll on Monday, May 5th at 7:30 p.m. I just thought that bared highlighting for the public, and with that, I will move item, sorry.
Can I make a further comment?
Sure.
I think the only special assessments on that project would be, correct me if I'm wrong, for sewer laterals. It's already an improved street, so those residents aren't facing special assessments for paving or curbs or anything like that.
Yes, correct.
Good point.
All right,
With that, I'll move item G.
do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment on the motion? All right. Ms. Bingham, a roll call vote.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Mayor Long? I think we missed a potential public comment on the item prior.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Barrett was online with her hand raised.
I did not see that.
Who was it?
It was
Christy Barrett. So that item has already been motioned and approved, but you're welcome to make a comment on that activity.
There she is.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify about the healthcare funding being misappropriated, or however it was interpreted. In my communication to the city commission, that wasn't my intent. The intent was, that's great, it's 131% funded, and you're having a motion tonight to secure that funding. That's a prudent and fiscally responsible thing to do. My comment about that was more about, that's great, you are securing city funding, and at the same time asking the community to support funding for something that is not as critical as healthcare.
All right, thank you. So that concludes our consent agenda. Thank you, Ms. Bingham. Now we move to unfinished business. We have Melissa Cota to present the capital improvement project, Willett Street from Chester Maple to North Old Woodward and Bates from Maple to Willets.
Good evening, Commission. Pulling up the City Commission memo for this. Bless you. Okay. Previously, City Commission saw this project on the February 24th, 2025 City Commission meeting for design options on Willets and Bates, the upcoming capital improvement project. A little bit of a history on that for the public at large. Multimodal Board reviewed this project back in December and provided recommendations, and they got brought forward to City Commission in February. And with that, City Commission wanted Multimodal Board to review recommendations A, C, and D a little bit further to be able to discuss it more and bring back to City Commission. So this occurred at the March Multimodal Board meeting. And with that, conceptual A was at the intersection of Chester and Willets. And there was a discussion by City Commission to make this area a location, improve the intersection by removing the island, but also to check to see if a T intersection could be done in this location, and also concerns of speeding in this location itself. So with this was the original one. This right here was, let me go down to this one right here. The first thing that Multimodal Board reviewed was a T option. With this, we run into the issue with the properties to the north and their driveways. So as you can see here, if you realize, here's the existing island located in this location right here. If you came straight from Chester into Willets itself, the problem you run into is these two driveway approaches would be located, this one right near essentially the stop of the intersection, and this one would be within the intersection without itself. So with that, there was conflicts of that, and with these houses here, there's no other driveway access approaches, at least for this one right here, and then not be able to relocate the driveway approaches itself. Also with it, we did look at the option of adding a left-hand turn lane, so if you're going north on Chester and going and turn left onto Willets. With this, the problem you ran into is you run into this island situation where you push the traffic over in this location here, and it causes a configuration for the intersection that makes it not work as well with trying to do the left-hand turn lane itself. So at the March Multimodal Board meeting, they recommended to go with this option for this intersection at this location. So So Exhibit B here is the intersection of Willits and Bates. With that, there was some discussion about pedestrian bump outs, et cetera, for this location through here. So you can see right here, we had our engineering consultant go a little bit further in design for this, and there's a truck turning template, and you can see it further in the memo packet. You can see right here how the turning radiuses would work for trucks themselves turning and making the right-hand turn movements in this location. So with that, these would be the preferred locations for the pedestrian bump outs, for truck turning movements, the coordination for that. And then also too, with that during design, we'll have a meeting with Oakland County, the Road Commission for Oakland County, who maintains our traffic signals. Currently, there's a lead pedestrian interval already at this intersection. So the way it works is the whole intersection turns red, and then it gives 3 seconds for pedestrians to cross before the other area turns red. So with that, we would review that as part of design with the Road Commission to see if we could potentially make those pedestrian intervals a little bit longer than 3 seconds during the design of the project. And then just for historical information, this was recommendation C that was mentioned at the February meeting. No additional study was done on this location. This was converting Bates to 2-lane traffic and converting this location to a 15-minute parking, but just for a reference point. And then Exhibit D right here, our engineering consultant also went a little bit further through here to put the truck turning template onto this location right here. As you can kind of see in this right-hand corner, that's the type of truck vehicle that we've selected, something that you might see for a larger food delivery, et cetera, into the downtown area. And with this, we would also, a recommendation is this curb located right here along the outside of the hatching, that to be what we call a mountable curb. So similar at the intersection southwest corner of Maple and Southfield. So that way, if a truck for some reason needs to turn tighter on here, they're able to essentially drive over a little bit of the curb and not a full height 6-inch curb that could potentially break off if a truck does travel over that. And with that, city staff's available for any questions. And also, too, we have our traffic engineer consultant, Julie Kroll, also available for any traffic engineering questions, too.
Commissioner Haig?
Thank you. Exhibit B, please, Melissa. Right there, right on the very north, right next to where you've got the cursor right now. Realistically, how often are we going to see semi-trailers going into that dead end next to the parking lot entrance? I'm just curious because I see it, but is that feasibly something that we're going to see happen? Because if you drive one in forwards, you're backing it out. There's no way to turn around.
Probably not a vehicle this large. The church is located right here. They do have a brick alley access through here. Sometimes they did mention to us, we've coordinated them on other things with the Master Arm projects, that they do sometimes get deliveries at that back locations, but it might not be a vehicle this large. It would be something potentially smaller for the church.
So based off that it is basically an infeasible road for that type of vehicle. Larger, yeah, maybe a 26-foot box truck or something. Are those radii still applicable because that's a road that couldn't be used by that type of traffic anyway?
Yes, it could work to be able to go through this way. This gives it the gradual curve through here. And then also, too, it would be a bigger concern if you had a pedestrian crossing in this location right here. But since it's further over towards the west itself, and this will also be able to help from plowing operations also by Department of Public Services when they have to maintain this area through here, too.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Any other? Commissioner Haig? No. Commissioner Baller?
Could you go to A2, please? Well, I just have a comment about this. That sort of condition, which you describe as a conflict, exists all over the city. And it was intentionally done all over the city. It isn't as if we have tried to avoid that condition anywhere else. And I fail to see why that should be used as a reason for rejecting this. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but that's a comment, and if
Ms. Kroll?
Good evening. So there's a couple of things that we looked at, one of which was the driveway conflicts. We don't want to put driveways within intersections. if at all possible. So that's not a recommended design practice. The other concern we had with this location was to make this work, we would have to make it an always stop. There's signals on either side of this location, and we had some concern about the operations of this intersection as a T intersection. The other option would be a two-way stop control, and that would just increase the speeds on Willets, because right now, they're already making that movement quite quickly.
I'm sorry, I was going to ask you what your concerns were, and I don't understand what you just said.
So,
if you could
so
repeat.
right now, if you're headed west on Willets, it's almost like a slip lane.
Slip lane.
So you're just going west on Willets, and you can kind of see the island. And so vehicles right now, they can either turn and go south, or they can continue straight on
Right.
Willets.
Right.
And so if we made it as a two-way stop, where you only had to stop if you're headed north, that would just exasperate the existing condition there, where we have through traffic with unimpeded. So we would have to operate this as an always stop, but from there, we have concerns of operations because we have a signal here and a signal to the south.
So, what's the concern?
So when we have those
Traffic backup.
always stop conditions, we're not able to control the backups that we would like we do with the traffic signal. So you have queues headed, so you would have northbound queues and westbound queues.
Again, I imagine there are conditions just like that throughout the city. I don't know, that's just my observation. To me, yeah. I mean, you might not want to do that, but as I said at the last meeting, this is a question about, this is really a policy, whether we want this ring road or this portion of the ring road to remain, or we want to restore the grid. And I say restore because I believe at one time this was a grid and it was turned into a ring. So
what you
to
get
me, that's the decision.
If I'm hearing it correctly, what you're trying to get at is if we caused more stoppages, it would be more of a deterrent to using that as a cut-through.
Absolutely.
So I'm just sort of vocalizing that.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's the point. And traffic will find its ways.
And also having a stop within 100 yards of a traffic light is no worse than putting a traffic light 100 yards away from a roundabout, which we do all over the state.
Or another traffic light, as we do right in downtown.
Commissioner Emerine.
So I think what Ms. Kroll is saying is if we put stop signs in here, what she means about the operations is the queuing at this intersection will mess with the signal timing and mess with how those other intersections operate. So if we want to talk about putting stop signs here, which I think is a bad idea, then we need to restudy all the signals and their operations at those other two intersections and see if we can make them function. Because if they back up and queue up in the middle of that intersection, then you're going to have cars stopped in the middle of Maple, right in the middle of our downtown that we just redid and is wonderful. And it's going to mess it all up unless our traffic consultant can figure out the simulations for that signal.
It may be that we don't even need a signal at Bates and Willets. I mean, I wonder why.
I'm talking about Bates and Maple. If you
I
put,
get what you're saying, but that's
Yeah.
quite a long queue.
right.
No,
It-
we need some form of signal for pedestrian crossing. It's no fun crossing there to go to the
There are
restaurants.
signals on Maple where you press a button and it flashes and you cross.
Well, so just imagine
That's
if we
not
put,
cars that are going a lot faster than the cars here.
all I'm saying is it needs to be studied, and I disagree with it as an option. I think the multimodal board appropriately disqualified this based on our traffic engineering consultant's recommendation. Think about the pedestrians. This will there will be dead stopped cars in the middle of the intersection, potentially, unless we go restudy all those intersections, simply because we want to put a stop sign here because it used to be a grid. We don't know that answer as we sit here right now. So if we're going to talk about doing this because we want to make it a grid street, we better restudy all these intersections, especially all that money that we just spent on Maple Road and that new intersection. Imagine gridlock right there, cars stopped in the middle of the intersection, people trying to cross the street. That's what's going to happen right there.
And may I? if that's what's necessary, that would be fine with me.
Commissioner Long?
Have we looked at whether a small traffic circle here would be for moving traffic?
We have not looked at that option. I don't think there's enough right-of-way here to put in.
It certainly wouldn't cause any backup with traffic. I don't know if it's worth looking at, number one.
There's a lot of room there.
There's a lot, I mean, we have an island there now. I mean, you basically make that island twice as big and you make it a circle, and that's basically what we have right now. But I throw that out there as whether that would be an option, to make traffic move through there, and you wouldn't have to have any signals there. They use them in Europe all the time.
For me personally, it's not a big deal, but I mean, I get what everybody's getting at. The thing that I would just wanted to vocalize what my colleague had said, but the reason I don't like this, I don't like the driveway conflicts, actually. I think for those two properties, that's just going to be a real headache. So I understand the concept, I understand what's being looked at, but for the conflicts for the homeowners, no, we couldn't.
Yeah, you'll recall that when we redid Southwold Woodward and we looked at that condition by the 555 across from Phoenicia, we purposely didn't put parking and didn't allow that condition to exist. We didn't create it newly. Ms. Cota you had a statement?
Yeah, for the roundabout, we would potentially run into the same issues with the driveway conflicts for the three. We might run into the conflicts, you've got the existing two with this T intersection option, but potentially this one also that exists here that in this configuration would be outside of the intersection, but designing the roundabout, you might have to come around this way, so you would have the conflicts with the potentially three driveway approaches to the north.
Okay, I just have another question about A, if I may.
Yes.
I just threw the traffic circle out because it seemed to me moving traffic there. Just so I understand this, on A, when you're on Willits going east, are you only still going to be able to turn right, or can you turn left to go, east on Willits, you can turn to go south, or can you turn to go east onto, right where your hand is? Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Yeah, yes. So currently you cannot, but that would change the operation
Okay.
to allow vehicles to make either a left or right turn.
Okay, and then where the hand is right now, is there any left-hand turn that's going to be allowed?
Yes.
There'll be a left-hand turn. And so the cars that are stopped where the hand is right now to turn left, that's going to also potentially cause a backup. You get 2 or 3, 4 cars there behind somebody turning left. That could be an issue as well, unless the bump out is removed a little bit to allow cars to go around that left-hand turning vehicle.
So that was where we had the alternate option to
Right.
put in the left turn lane.
Yeah.
That was not something that the multimodal board wanted. The volume of left turns is probably going to be pretty low there. So we're not seeing a lot of northbound left turn conflicts. Currently, they can't do that. So that would be a new movement. And the traffic is also metered from the adjacent traffic signal. So creating those gaps.
Okay, so yes on the first question and no on the second question. Yeah, yes, you can turn right from eastbound Willits or left.
Correct.
But you can't turn left, and you can't now, but you can't turn left.
You will be able to.
You will be able to.
But not with a
But
dedicated.
not with a dedicated lane.
Right.
Correct.
And you don't have a concern. There's only from that point to Maple is probably 4 cars, maybe 5. And if they're larger vehicles, less.
The part about the light metering the traffic again, please?
Yeah, so the way that the traffic signal meters the traffic so that it creates those gaps to allow for those movements to make the left-hand turn.
And to follow what Julie, what she's mentioning is that at this traffic signal and this traffic signal off of, on Maple Road itself, they create the timing-wise cues to be able to make the left-hand turn onto Willits.
So when cars, I understand what you're saying, but when cars are on Maple going eastbound and turning left onto the ring road, you're telling me that it's metered so that there can't be 4 cars that turn on that signal at the same time to go on the ring road from Maple? Going eastbound?
So I think correct me if I'm wrong, so if a vehicle is traveling eastbound on Maple, turns and goes north, on Chester.
And stops.
And stops right here to make the left-hand turn right here. You're concerned about the backup of vehicles in this location right here.
Correct.
So I think what Julie is mentioning is that since these signal here at Maple and Chester, and then this existing signal at Maple and Willits, there's enough essentially timing in between the two where these people are going here, there's going to be a queue or essentially opportunities for people to be able to make the left-hand turn on Willits, where you will only see a little bit of stacking back here that would not impact Maple Road.
Because they'll be stopped at the light.
Because you will have the traffic back either here, stopped at the light.
Okay.
Commissioner Baller?
So this is the plan you are suggesting, correct?
This was the plan that was recommended after researching the other two options also. Multimodal board recommended this option.
Okay. And inside, north of the blue line and east, yeah, that's all, nobody's driving there. Nobody's walking there? So is that to be landscaped?
That will turn into essentially green space or grass in front of someone's property.
Okay, and who's deciding what's going to go there?
That would normally in this project would just turn back into grass itself as a green space.
Meaning that's what the engineering department would recommend, but that's quite a bit of space there, I think, isn't it? That's a.
So you got the existing sidewalk located right here that comes
Right.
across here, and then essentially the brand-new curb, instead of being back towards here, would just get pulled a little bit front into this location here.
The curb
A new
is where
driveway.
the blue is, right?
The proposed curb is located in this location right here. The existing one is just right on top of the finger in a gray color, that location here.
The blue line is the curb, correct?
The new curb.
Yes. So like at one of the widest points, how much, that's
From the
10 or 20 yards. No, down to the left. Go east or west. Yeah, there.
Yep.
That's a ton of space there, right?
So, the existing curb line is right through here, and down to this space would be located down towards here. Approximately about, looking at this, not to scale, about 15 feet would get moved to the south.
15 feet from where the cursor is now.
From the existing curb through here to here is about 15 feet.
Yeah, to me, that's a reasonable amount of space. I just think we ought to consider beautifying it, not just putting in sod or something, This isn't a typical thing. It's downtown. Maybe we can have grasses in there. Maybe we can refer it to the Architectural Review Committee.
So typically, these areas, we would turn around and get with our traffic consultant again and reevaluate for like when a car is at that intersection, if we were to consider something like a tree going in that area, that sort of thing. Just eyeballing it, we might be able to put a tree closer to the sidewalk line. But beyond that, we wouldn't want to put things that are above like even 2 feet in height. Because that would turn into immediate visual impairment to cars that are at that stop sign. So like, those are things that would be evaluated, but turning it to green space first and seeing how the area is used and all that would be our first move, see what kind of traffic's using the area before we would consider additional beautification in this type of case, because this is not necessarily downtown because the residential properties are right there. It's more likely we would treat it as a residential area first.
And when you say we, you mean DPS?
DPS and engineering with traffic consultant, if we think it's appropriate after we look at it. Because like if you approve this general concept design, we would look at it further to see if it makes sense to put a tree there or do some other additional beautification.
Flowers.
It depends, because if it's considered like residential frontage, normally we leave the maintenance and care of that is typically the residential properties, because that's directly in front of residential property. Those adjacent to the property take care of it. So typically we try to make those lower maintenance, because if we're asking a resident to take on a larger green space like that and take care of it, we wouldn't want to overcomplicate it for them and tell them they have to take care of flowers and stuff that we put there.
It's about 40 feet at the tip of the bump out from the
Yeah, so
GIS.
I don't
similar,
think that's actually, that's an area, we ought to talk about that. That to me doesn't appear to be the kind of thing we'd be,
A very similar
asking a
location to
resident
this
to
of
deal
what we've done in this type of thing is on Latham, when we redid the intersections on Latham.
Yeah.
We added to one property, it had to have been an extra 60 feet in length of lawn, basically, in front of their house past the sidewalk to where the new curb section is. So it was a significant ask just to have them maintain grass in that area. And that's basically the similar concept to here, because the way our ordinances are written, we basically, it says property adjacent to that section takes care of it. So it would be very unnormal to do something above and beyond and have the city take on the responsibilities of that area if we were to like put in like a planter box or that type of thing in front of a residential property, which is what you would technically be doing there.
is this part of the central business district?
That's in front of somebody's house, so.
Is this part of the central business district? Is this within the CBD? Is this within the purview of the Birmingham, the business?
Shopping district?
Yes.
I believe it is.
Okay. This shouldn't be an argument. It should just be, this is something they would look at. They would maintain it. If it, whatever. I just want it to look nice. And I think if the resident were here, they'd be going like, what, really? But that's all. We ought to make it look as nice as we can. It's an abnormal situation. Done.
Yes.
My understanding is they'll plant it with grass or something low profile, observe the
Right.
use, and then beautify it if appropriate.
And probably talk to the residents, the adjacent residents. Okay, any other commission discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
This is for Melissa. How many seconds did you say at Bates and Willits to get across the street?
So in downtown, locations with downtown where there's a traffic signal, we have it where it's an all red stop first, and then the pedestrian white signal to be able to cross is 3 seconds. So the pedestrian starts walking 3 seconds, and then whichever way is going as part of the traffic signal, the light turns green. So an example in this location right here, say if you're at this corner right here, it turns an all red stop, you can start walking 1, 2, 3 seconds, then this intersection phase turns green. So that way a pedestrian start walking, you'll be able to have more visual if you're turning this way to see the pedestrian, because they're starting to walk into the intersection and have that additional 3 seconds to start walking. That's not the total time frame of them to walk. It's what we call a pedestrian interval that lets them start walking 3 seconds earlier before anything turns green in the traffic signals.
Julie, is that what we try to do in most intersections?
Yes, actually, Birmingham was one of the first communities in the state to implement leading pedestrian intervals. Us and Ann Arbor, and at the time when we implemented it, we had more than Ann Arbor did. So that was implemented many, many years ago, and we have leading pedestrian intervals that range from 3 to 5 seconds throughout all of downtown. And this is one of those locations. So we can look to see if we can increase the leading pedestrian intervals here from 3 to something longer if the traffic will allow.
Excellent. All right. Any commissioner like care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. So assuming I can get to the right spot, I'll make a motion.
7A.
Thought I was on there. There we go. Page 3. Got it. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the proposed design for the Willits and Bates project by converting Bates Street from Maple to Willits down to 2 lanes, conceptual recommendation C. to approve that intersection of Willits and Chester to be designed to remove the current island as indicated in Exhibit A, bump outs to be installed at the intersection of Willits and Bates as shown in Exhibit B, and have F and V review if the pedestrian crossing time can be extended further, and to install a bump out at the southeast corner of Willits and Bates intersection with a mountable curb as shown in Exhibit D.
Support.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any questions or on the comments from the commission on the motion? Any comments from the public on the motion? I see none in the room. Any comments online, please use the raise your hand function and we'll call on you. All right, I see no comments on the motion in the room or online, so Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Thank you. We now move to new business. We have two public hearings of necessity for the Wimbledon Phase 1 contract. The first public hearing, item A, is the hearing of necessity for the sewer and water lateral special assessment district. This is only the sewer and water laterals. The second public hearing, item B, is the hearing of necessity for the paving special assessment district. So we are going to handle conducting the public hearing for the sewer and water assessment first, and then before we get to item B, we'll have some discussion before we open the public hearing for item B and decide whether we even want to have the public hearing for item B after we have discussion. Am I correct, Ms. Kuchar?
It's set for public hearing, so you would open the public
Okay.
hearing.
And then
in
have,
any case, yes.
and then have the discussion.
Yes.
All right. That means I have to close it before we have commissioner comment, but, okay. All right, so we were going to do item A, the public hearing of necessity for Wimbledon Phase 1 for the sewer and water special assessment district. Ms. Coda.
Yes, so we have a presentation for City Commission and the public for the hearing of necessity for the sewer and water lateral special assessment district. So with this, the limits of the project is for Wimbledon Phase 1 is Wimbledon Drive from Woodward to Oxford, Abbey Street from Wimbledon South to the dead end towards Poppleton Park, and Twin Oaks from Wimbledon to the north where it currently dead ends. The project includes new water main on all three streets, Wimbledon, Abbey, Twin Oaks, sewer improvements on all three streets, Wimbledon, Abbey, and Twin Oaks. From the motion that was passed in October, installation of Cape Seal treatment with new concrete curbs and gutters. And for this special assessment district, this is for water and sewer laterals to be paid by the property owners at 100% of the cost. So with this, Wimbledon Drive, the existing water mains is 6-inch cast iron installed 100 years ago in 1925. The proposed water main size is going to be a 12-inch ductile iron. On Abbey Street, the existing water main was also installed 100 years ago and is 6-inch in size. And the proposed size for that one is an 8-inch ductile iron water main going back in. Twin Oaks Lane, it's an existing 2-inch water line out there. Installation date is unknown. We cannot find on our maps the construction plans for it. It just pops up in the record saying that it's their type of a deal. So we're figuring it's probably around 1920s, 1930s is when the water main got installed. And proposed water main on that street is an 8-inch ductile iron. So with this, the water main is almost or getting now 100 years old itself. The fire department has concern of fire flow on some of the hydrants on these streets and the area to the north itself. And then also too with this, Wimbledon Street is the backbone of the water system in this area north of here. As I'll show in the next previous slide, the streets to the north of here, about the city limits to Bloomfield Township. In Bloomfield Township, just to the north of city limits, those properties are actually all on well system. They do not have water mains running through there. Bloomfield Township does have a water main on Manor Street off of Woodward that goes from Woodward to the east, but once it crosses the river, it stops. There's no water main continue. So the properties north of the city limits in Bloomfield Township are on a well system. And so with that, there's no way to be able to potentially even connect to provide more fire flow into our area of the city itself. And also, too, these streets have experienced some water main breaks, not necessarily too much on Wimbledon, but to the further north areas on some of the existing 6 inches and 4 inches. Department of Public Services has experienced some water main breaks. So this picture has been updated recently. You probably see it every year now. This one is the existing 6-inch water main, the cross-section of it, installed in 1929. So as mentioned in other previous hearings of necessity, is over time, the water main, if it's a 6-inch, actually gets reduced in size because of buildup internally into the water system itself. So it can get reduced down to, if it's 6-inch, we could see it anywhere from 5 inches to 4 inches, et cetera, type of a deal. So this is the concern a lot of times with replacing our infrastructure is you've got the life expectancy of the pipe material itself, but then also too is the original size that was built is essentially the water flow in it is actually a reduced size. So that's also concerned from a fire flow standpoint. And so with this, kind of I mentioned a little bit ago, so Wimbledon right here is the project location and this location right here. We've got an existing 16-inch on Woodward itself, and you've got an existing 12-inch on Adams. So with this, having this connection right here, you would have a flow connection from the 16 to the 12 on Adams itself. As you can see in here, this feeds this area and this location right here where we're hoping to do other capital improvement projects in the next couple of years. And then these properties located in Bloomfield Township in this location right here are actually all located on wells. So there's no potential of essentially us connecting a water main to here to Bloomfield Township currently just because there's no water system on Bloomfield Township itself to be able to connect to be able to help the fire flows in this location. And then I've got Chief Wells here to kind of be able to explain a little bit about the existing conditions of the fire flow in the subdivision area.
No pun intended, wells. So that red section up there, right there where Melissa's pointing to, that's the section we're worried about and we're talking about. This water main replacement's the backbone to fix that. That's our worst spot in the city, and that's where we're getting marked down on our ISO. And like the engineers talked about with the picture you saw a little bit ago, that was from last year's Arlington Shirley water mains. Those water mains are 5 years newer than what we're looking to replace. This water main that we're going to replace is a 6-inch water main. The new water main that's going to be redone in Wimbledon over the next 2 years is going to be a 12-inch. And it's not just double the size from 6 to 12. It's actually going to be almost 6 times the amount of water flowing through that. And that, if you go back to the slide showing the grid of the streets, please. So this whole section here, Putney, Abbey, Tottenham, Shepherd Bush, Warwick, all these hydrants here, there's 23 hydrants, and of those 23 hydrants, 16 of them have red cap hydrants. We don't use any of those red caps. They're not enough to put out a house fire. So we have to stretch 1,000 foot. That's a whole truckload of fire hose of our large diameter to be able to do an initial fire attack because those red hydrants are just not enough fire flow. So that's a very time consuming. You've heard this talk last year with Arlington Shirley. This section's more heavily concentrated. So over the next few years, this is going to be an area that needs lots of improvement. And the backbone of that is Wimbledon, because that's the only feed that services this whole area. And it's in other parts of the city, you get feeds from both sides, but in this area, it's like a dead end, like Melissa said. With all those huge houses up to our friends, the neighbors there, they're all in wells. So it's very imperative this project moves forward. So.
Thank you.
So just before you move on to sewer, Melissa, so the city is absorbing the cost of replacing the mains for health, safety, and welfare, but once we replace the mains, then the residents are then required to replace their laterals, and that's what this special assessment district is for.
Yes.
connect to the new mains.
Yep, and further in the presentation, we've got the requirements of a lateral if it doesn't meet, if it's met its useful life, that we're asking for replacement as part of the roadway itself. So that way, once you get a new road surface on top, hopefully you don't have a sewer lead fail or a water surface that needs to get replaced over a new road surface itself.
Okay, thank you.
And for existing sewer information, from Woodward to Abbey, it's actually an existing 42-inch combined sewer that Evergreen Farmington Sewer District owns and maintains. On Wimbledon, from Abbey to Oxford, there's two sewer sizes. One's a sanitary, one's a combined. They were both installed in 1926. And with that, one's an 8-inch for the sanitary sewer, and the 12-inch is the combined system. The proposed improvements on Wimbledon itself has a proposed separated storm that can vary in size from 12-inch all the way to 42-inch in size, closer towards the west side of Woodward Avenue. And then the existing 12-inch combined is going to be sized for an 18-inch combined sewer. And so for Abbey Street, the existing sewer is an 8-inch in size. It actually drains to the south through Poppleton Park itself and was installed over 100 years ago in 1923. In this location from Wimbledon to the dead end, we're proposing a 10-inch storm sewer and a 10-inch combined sewer. For Twin Oaks, the existing sewer is an 8-inch that drains from the north to the south. And with that, we're proposing a 12 to 24-inch storm sewer. The 24-inch is more actually at the intersection of Wimbledon and Twin Oaks, and a 10-inch combined sewer. So with this, what we're running into is that the sewer is almost 100 years old, and on certain streets over 100 years old. Sections of the sewer actually need open cut replacement due to the condition of the sewer not being a candidate for sewer lining itself. The existing catch basins that do drain the roadway currently are in poor condition and need replacement. Also with this proposed project, what we're planning on doing is doing a proposed separated storm on this location and be able to go essentially further north and east of here to have a separated storm that will drain directly to the Rouge River, north of Wimbledon, and essentially east of Woodward Avenue itself. And as mentioned in previous other presentations, this is the downstream area of the sewer system in this location. The area drains from the north and heads towards the west itself. So with this, the phase one on Wimbledon is essentially also the backbone of the sewer system to be able to do the repairs and the replacements on the downstream infrastructure to be able to continue the improvements upstream in the sewer system. So with this is kind of showing our existing storm sewers. Green, sanitary is red, and orange is our combined sewer itself. And you can kind of see in this location right here, here's kind of your break point. So all of this location right here drains towards this area right here. And then you see the break point here. This kind of drains over towards this location right here. And then everything else in this location drains over towards this way itself. And so the city policy is to protect the public investments being made with the capital improvement projects and the public right-of-ways as part of the project. With this, as part of the hearing necessity, we're asking that water laterals that are older than 60 years in age or less than 1 inch diameter be replaced with a 1-inch diameter service, or if there's an existing one out there that's 1.5 inches, to replace that at the existing diameter size at 1.5 inches. But anything 1 inch meets current policy and replace it with 1 inch for that replacement. And for sewer laterals, replacement of sewer laterals that are 50 years of age and then are less than 6-inch diameter or constructed of unsuited material. With that, you've got Orangeburg, excuse me, clay, et cetera, to be replaced. With that, any unsuitable sewer laterals will be replaced with a 6-inch Schedule 40, or same thing but match existing size. So the existing size is out there is 8 inches. It would be matched with an 8-inch sewer itself. But there's an existing 4-inch sewer lateral to meet current city policy, get upsized to a 6-inch sewer in size. And so with these, the laterals would be 100% cost of the property owners. With this, the cost can be either paid back in a lump sum or over a 10-year period of interest. The interest rate will be confirmed at the confirmation of the roll. And so with this, we received projects on the bids on March 12th. The water is $90 a foot for a 1-inch water service and $95 a foot for an 1.5 inch water service. And for the sewer, it's $100 per foot for a 6-inch sewer pipe. So with this right here is people located in the properties. The red outlines the project limits of where the parcels are located on the roadway itself. The blue color is if they just only are getting the sewer lateral SAD, and then the yellow are properties that both need both the sewer and the water lateral replaced. So that's that location, and then the match lines back here to go towards the Oxford intersection. And with this, here's a list of the properties that are located in the water and sewer lateral special assessment, and also provided in the city commission memo. And a summary of the presentation, the engineering department recommends city commission declare a necessity improve the special assessment district for Wilmington Phase 1 project for water and sewer laterals. And should the city commission approve that tonight, a public hearing for the confirmation of role will be held on April 21st, 2025.
And Melissa, the estimates that were given at the August 22nd, 2024 neighborhood meeting for the water laterals was $100 a foot, so both of these prices are slightly under. And the estimate for the sewer per lineal foot for a 6-inch sewer pipe was $150 per lineal foot, so that the bid price of $100 is only 2/3 of the estimate, correct?
Yes, for the water and sewer laterals, the bids came back in at below the estimate costs given to residents at the resident meeting back in August of 2024.
Okay, and then does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we are still in the middle of the public hearing. We've had the staff presentation, and now if any members of the public have questions or comments they'd like to make questions for Ms. Cota or comments in general about the sewer and water laterals only for this item A, you are welcome to come to the microphone, state your name and address, and make your remark.
Madam Mayor, as the public is making its way forward, I don't recall the gavel being hit saying that the public hearing is beginning at such and such time, which is fine because we are conducting the public hearing. I would just ask that the clerk goes back for the purposes of the meeting minutes to determine when you ask the engineer to start the presentation and mark that that is the time that the public hearing began.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Bidlake. I live at 139 Wimbledon. I have two questions, really. I guess I noticed on the estimates that were listed at $5,760, and so I'm curious if there were any inspections done of the condition for the water service, or was this purely based on records and the age of the water service to determine what that cost estimate should be?
So with that, engineering department uses Department of Public Services records of when water and sewer laterals are installed. If the house doesn't have a historical information, we add that on to the special assessment district because the pipe material and condition is unknown and during construction is determined at that time. But for most of the properties located in this location, it was off of water and sewer cards from Department of Public Service.
Okay, so if approved, the special assessment would be issued at a maximum of this value, or is it still just an estimate until some future date?
With that, the special assessment district, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, it's essentially up to 125% of the cost that's presented in the confirmation of the roll by the Treasury Department. Up to.
That would be correct. And then if there's a difference up or down, it's dependent what happens with that.
Okay, so the first I saw this cost was actually in the agenda for tonight's meeting. Is there an expectation that the city engineering department talked to the homeowners directly about the quoted cost? And
So we held a resident meeting last Wednesday that was here at City Commission meeting, and there was approximately 6 to 8 property owners that showed to that, and with that, we gave preliminary cost to the people at that meeting itself. Any additional questions, engineering department is available for individual cost for the water and sewer laterals, or information about how old your water or sewer lateral is.
okay, thanks, appreciate it.
Any other comments in the room on the water and sewer lateral? Any comments online?
My name's Sally Swift. I'm at 541 Wimbledon, and we were in Phase 2, and now we find out last week, part of this is in Phase 1, which means we will be disrupted for 2 seasons. So I'm a little confused about that. I think it's not accurate at the last minute to push us into another phase, and the paving isn't going to be completed until next year. So I guess I would like some answers as to what all occurred. And I did see that across the street from us, the first house immediately east of Oxford at 520 is on the list for paving. But the house at 519 and 541 are not.
So they're located at the intersection, the north part here is Oxford right here. They're located in this property right through here itself. So you can see where we're putting the utility information installation to be able to continue it further east. So with this portion right here, because of where the property line, their sewer line works, this is part of it, and it's located within the proposed utilities that will be extended further for next year's phase. So unfortunately with this property, it wasn't until final design of this location that we noticed that their lead was on the westerly part of their property. And since where this project split is located at between Phase 1 and Phase 2, there will be construction next year in this location right here adjacent to their house itself.
So are we going to have trucks in front of our house or construction equipment for 2 seasons in front of our house? Right.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Rick Brodsky, and I'm only coming up right now just to reserve the residents' right to include these costs in our ability to challenge the broader assessment. And I only say that because the 94-7 public hearing ordinance says that there needs to be an appearance and protest at the hearing. So I just want, and because these are separated, I just want to make sure we're reserving our rights to talk about the costs associated with the pipes and water main, which is totally legitimate, as part of the broader discussion of all of the costs that we're going to be facing as part of this broader improvement. So I appreciate that.
Ms. Kuchar?
Yeah, just so each resident knows, one resident only speaks for that resident. So I hear you saying that you're putting on the record protest. That would be for yourself. So if there's other residents who would like to reserve their right to potential protest, they must speak on their own behalf. And you're right, because what you're doing is...
Is that not to... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, you are correct, that what you are doing is preserving your right under statute and our local ordinance, that in the future, if you determine that you would like to challenge this to the tax tribunal, you must claim your protest either in person or writing. I'm just clarifying that you speak for yourself, you don't speak for multiple residents.
Understood. And I don't challenge the necessity of this current, the water main and whatnot. I just want to make sure that we would be able to sort of talk about both elements as part of one broader challenge if we needed to challenge.
And that protest has to occur at the hearing of necessity, or can it also occur at the confirmation of the roll?
If you are challenging the necessity, that would be done tonight. If you are challenging the roll, be it the correct address is on the roll and/or the correct amount for assessment.
The calculation,
So if the calculation is being challenged, just the raw math. If you are protesting, and I say you meaning any resident at home or in the room, if you are protesting the project and/or confirmation, you need to make your protest reserved as this gentleman just did for himself, for his residents. Tonight.
And to confirm, cost, the overall cost is part of the necessity, calculation or calculus?
It can be. Most importantly, your rights are preserved by saying, I protest the necessity, I protest the project, and then come confirmation of the role, you protest the confirmation, and here's why.
All right.
So you're doing the right thing for you, but you can't speak on behalf of all the residents, is what I want to clarify for everyone.
All right, well, thank you all. I'll talk to you shortly.
Chris Bidlake, 139 Wimbledon. I'll just reserve my right to protest. I don't believe that there was sufficient detail to the water and sewer inspections for each property to determine the cost there adequately to keep within that 125% max overage that you stated. So, thank you.
Tim Bradley, 519 Wimbledon Drive. Same thing. Count me in the process. I'm not waiving any rights.
Jack McInerney, 129 Abbey. I'm also protesting.
Danny Hill, 282 Wimbledon. I'd also like to reserve my right to protest.
Sean Vaughn, 421 Wimbledon Drive, reserving my right to protest.
Beth Ann Michelle, 341 Wimbledon Drive, reserve my right to protest.
Cliff Rager, 541 Wimbledon, and I will reserve my right to protest as well.
Ted Fairless, 323 Wimbledon. I would also like to reserve my right to protest.
All right, anyone else in the room? Any other comments on this hearing of necessity? All right, then we'll.
Online.
Got three online.
Yeah, I'm going to move to online. Did you?
I just want to say, I want to protest, besides what my husband said, I would like to protest the fact that we are included in 2 years of this without any consideration, without it being all in one, pave it up to some point, either leave us in phase 1 totally or put us in phase 2 totally.
Thank you. All right, online, we have Samsung SM S916U. Anyone online with an identifier of a Samsung phone? All right, we'll move to Travis. We have Travis? Yes.
Yeah, hi there, Travis Bouchard, 715 Wimbledon, reserving my right to protest.
Thank you. Dan Roovers.
Hi, yes, good evening. This is Dan Rivers at 205 Wimbledon. I'd like to reserve my right to protest.
Thank you. Rita Rossi. Rita Rossi?
Microphone unmuted.
Is Rita Rossi there?
Says she's unmuted, but she might be having audio issues.
All right. Again, we have a hand raised for Samsung SM S916U. Is there anyone who has their hand raised that I have not called on? It would probably be you.
I've pinged him multiple times to unmute.
Same.
I'm sorry. I'll just note for the record, Rita Rossi has one of the most significant potential cost exposure here. So if somebody has her number, it'd be great to be able to give her a chance to reserve her rights as well.
We've pinged her numerous.
Can you hear me now?
Oh. Okay, so this is Samsung SM916U?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, and your name and address, please.
Good. Okay, Sue Hornung, HORNUNG, 144 Wimbledon, and I would like to reserve my right to protest.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right. A last call for Rita Rossi. All right. Is anyone else online like to make a comment about the hearing of necessity? Please use the raise your hand function.
I'm really sorry. It's not going to be, I know that she's, I think, like 70 years old, probably is having some issues with her technology. I don't want her to lose her right to be able to protest this, just given her exposure here and the fact that she's clearly going to say what everybody else is saying.
Ms. Kucharik?
We'll make note of this.
thank you.
It's a live public hearing, we can make notes. I think what's important is that we have a duty to make sure our residents are aware of the ordinance and told what their rights are, so we can make note of that.
All right, thank you. All right,
Dan Rivers raised his hand again. Maybe he was trying to say the same thing.
Mr. Ruvers? Do you have a second comment?
Yes, I just spoke to Rita, and she is unable to get her phone off mute, but she would like to reserve that right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ruvers. We appreciate that. All right, any other questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Do the commissioners have questions for Ms. Cota? Commissioner Haig?
Ms. Cota, could you clarify for the record, for everybody, exactly what the limit of where this pipework goes? Because in the past, people have been under the impression that this goes from the main line under the street to their house, but I believe that is not actually the case. So please, could you make it crystal clear for the record where this pipework stops?
Yep. For sewer lateral replacement and water lateral replacement under the special assessment district, it would be located from where the new water main and the new sewer gets installed to the property lines and to that limit. Approximately in this location in the subdivision, the property line's about 1 foot off of the back of the sidewalk. So the property line's not right along the back of the sidewalk, it's about 1 foot off. So with that, if it's part of the special assessment district that requires replacement, it would be from the new water main, new sewer, to approximately 1 foot off of the back of the existing sidewalk.
And I think in the past, we've recommended that residents that decide that the rest of their sewer line would need some work maybe would like to have some or sewer or water line improvements while everything's been opened up, to maybe talk to the contractor to see if there's any opportunities there.
Yep. Once this project is awarded, which would be in the next 1 to 2 city commission meetings, discussions can happen with the contractor to see if there's any interest to go onto private properties and replace the water and sewer line into their house. And with that, that would be a private agreement between the contractor and the property owner itself. The city would not be involved in anything along those lines.
Commissioner Haig?
And just one last one. You talked about outflow to the Rouge River, and there's a cross-section of an outfall. Would you mind showing us, because I couldn't quite figure out where it physically goes, where the connection to the Rouge River goes, and where that outfall cross-section was actually going to be located. I think there's some better mapping.
So right here would be the proposed 42-inch. It would continue off to this location right here. And then Woodward is located right here, so right off of Wimbledon on the westerly part of the city. There's an existing 42-inch that goes to the north towards the Rouge River itself. And with that, we would essentially line the 42-inch in this location right here, and potentially as an alternate further north of here, which is in a few exhibits further down, to potentially do an energy disbursement in that location for any stream bank stabilizations, et cetera, that would be required by Michigan Eagle Department of Energy, Great Lakes, and Environmental.
And that existing 42 you said you would line, that actually goes under private property, I believe.
That is located in MDOT's right-of-way. So the existing 42-inch is located in MDOT's right-of-way. And with that, you can kind of see it in this location.
Yeah, because it was hard to see, because I know there's a house that's very close to Woodward right there.
Yep, and if you look right here, this dash line right here is the right-of-way, and actually the right-of-way curves back in this location right here, and this is MDOT's right-of-way through here, and then continues further north. And for the 42-inch near the Rouge River, the alternate that was bid, is located right here. So the existing, here's Woodward Avenue, so north is a little bit redirection. Here's the proposed, or the existing 42-inch sewer that's being proposed for sewer lining The 42-inch goes to this location right here. Essentially, you remove part of the existing 42-inch, put a new end section, and then put the energy dissipator through here. So when this area overflows, it's essentially overflowing this whole entire area versus a single point discharge that could cause erosion over here and here on the Rouge River itself.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, could you go back to the slide labeled existing sewer system that has red and orange sewer lines on it? And I want to say that though this public hearing was about sewer laterals, I want to thank you for your presentation on the infrastructure in general, because we hear a lot of concern about infrastructure, and this is a very large project and takes care of a good, a good amount of stuff. So one thing I wanted to ask you and sort of point out, it says current, but I think, or existing. I have it on page 155 of the commission agenda. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so is that the current?
I appreciate that.
Is that the current sewer? Is that what's proposed?
That's the current sewer system.
Okay, so are you going to, do you have a pic? Are you changing?
We will be changing that. So this map comes off of our existing GIS system. So with that, after a project gets as-built, we send it to our engineering consultant to get our GIS map updated. So this map actually won't get updated until the project is completed and received as-built.
So you said that red was combined and orange was not, or which is which?
So green is storm sewer, so you do see a little bit of storm sewer right here, and there's actually existing storm sewer that runs to the house to the Rouge River. The Rouge River is located in this location right here. Red is essentially sanitary sewer, and orange is, correct myself. Orange is sanitary sewer, red is combined.
So if it's orange, it's sanitary only, there's no
It's sanitary, say hypothetically in this location right here, and this location right here, but then combines up to a combined system itself. So in the city, sometimes you've got locations where there might be a separated sanitary sewer, and the downstream section that it drains to is still a combined system.
So are you changing that at all, that scheme?
Yes. Yes.
Are you taking what is now combined and making them separate in any area?
Yep,
here?
so in this location right here, the existing 42-inch sewer right here, with that separated storm system will be installed as part of this project up to this limit through here, and then also on this portion of Abbey and Twin Oaks. So that would be anywhere between a 12-inch storm sewer up to a 42-inch sewer located in here. This map would get all updated with green, and it would be, with replacement of new pipe, it's going to be combined system, just because you're going to still be receiving upflow combined sewer flow to the north and towards the east of here.
So not a ton of change when it comes to separating what is now combined in the rest of the neighborhood. Is that fair to say?
So yeah, in this location, this area through here and here and here is going to be a separated storm. This is sized to be able to collect this whole entire area to the north and to the east of here. So it's piece by piece. So over the years, we're going to see more flow out of the combined system and more of the storm runoff going into the storm sewer once separated when additional phase comes forward as our annual capital improvement program.
Which is what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to separate this stuff. That's the point I'm trying to make, and I'm trying to get a sense for everybody out there who cares about our infrastructure, to what extent you are like sort of fixing the problem we have, the problem being that things are combined. There's some extent here of fix, but not a huge amount. That's what my takeaway is.
Yeah, this is probably, I would say, the initial part of it, and then the next year, essentially future capital improvement projects that occur in this location here and here, where more flow will get reduced out of the combined system and moved into the separated storm. So it's going to be a longer period of time of this whole entire subdivision. This is the backbone of it, just because this area drains towards this location right here, creating that backbone of some of the separated storm happening there, and then once you do further phases to the east and to the north, continuing that separated storm on those projects.
Okay, thanks.
Let me go to Commissioner Host first.
Melissa, you said that the water main is basically 2 houses east of Oxford, on the north side, and that's where we're going to tie in. Why are we not giving this nice lady her whole house in this construction?
So the problem you run into is this house is located right in this location right here, so you start getting into this intersection and us potentially getting stubs installed this way. So with having Wimbledon broken up into 2 phases just because of financially the capital improvement project budget couldn't afford to do Wimbledon all the way from Woodward to Abbey, we needed a middle point to be able to phase it between phase 1 and phase 2. So that way the westerly side of Wimbledon can be in fiscal year 24-25, and then the easterly side in 25-26. Unfortunately, the construction limits is right in this location. With that, it was the best option for utilities to be able to extend it further, because the problem is that at one point, where do you keep on stopping type of a deal? So that location right there was close to Oxford, and it also sets us up for the improvements for next year's Wimbledon Phase 2 that will occur from Oxford to Adams Road itself.
Okay, my question is, why don't we include the second house east of Oxford on the south side of Wimbledon?
So with that, you run into the whole intersection, with these intersections being not 90 degrees of these streets coming in here, essentially we've got to make sure we get a good cutoff point to be able to extend the utility infrastructures out towards this way. So with that, the limits were where we proposed right now to be able to extend it further in next year's program.
Is it safe, ma'am?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that some property owner would have to have this problem?
Yes.
If you moved it from her and gave her what she wants, or what Commissioner Host is suggesting, the next property owner would be the one who gets 2 seasons.
Yes.
And 2 seasons can't live in the intersection itself.
And with this, there sometimes is pros of being located at the end of the construction, just because you have majority of it happening down towards here and then next year towards this year. But I understand people's concerns when you live close by. But unfortunately, we had to phase out Wimbledon into 2 phases just because of the cost of the infrastructure and our capital improvement project funding itself.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
I just lived through 1 season on Shirley, and it wasn't that bad. I mean, the contractors were very accommodating, and there's dirt. Yeah, the road's bumpy. You get a lot of dust, but they're putting down water all the time to mitigate the dust, and just.
It's use of the driveway.
Oh, well, will she not have use of her driveway?
There'll be potentially because her portion of her water and sewer lateral, because of the way that the property works and the angles, a portion of her approach will get removed and replaced. But with that, any other construction with that, if the water and sewer lateral is located in someone's approach, the contractor will backfill it, make sure there's temporary aggregate on top of the roadway. So your access would only be impaired when the lead is being replaced, but afterwards they'll put temporary stone on top of it so it's drivable until the final restoration of concrete is installed on the approach itself.
Commissioner?
Just to add to that, I lived through 2 of these on 2 different roads. I've lived in 3 different houses in Birmingham over 30 years, and my experience was just what Commissioner Baller said. They are very accommodating. Taking them a cup of coffee in the morning doesn't hurt. I did that a few times, but they always had the approach available at the end of the day with aggregate. I was never not able to get into my driveway on any of the projects. I'm not saying that that's everybody's experience, but that's my experience, and I've heard the same thing with the folks on Wimbledon and Arlington. I'm sorry, Arlington and Shirley, the most recent ones.
Commissioner Hay?
Melissa, quick question. You talked about that 42-inch sewer tying in as being the main conduit for water coming out. When we talked about the properties up in Bloomfield that are on wells, do they connect into that sewer system or are they on septics?
With that, some of them are on septics itself, and with that, I would have to check more on their sewer system involved with Bloomfield Township, but some of them may be on septic. I don't know offhand.
So we're not sure if they're actually connecting into us at all right there.
So with that, we do not have any, in this location right here, any agreement with the township. So any assumption that these locations right here either drain to a Bloomfield Township sewer or they don't drain and have their own septic fields itself.
Okay, all right. I was just trying to find out if they were tied into us anywhere along there. Thank you.
No, in this location, there's no connection with our sewer system with Bloomfield Township.
Sir, if you have a question about your 541 Wimbledon, yeah, please come to the microphone. You have to come to the microphone.
Cliff Rager, 541 Wimbledon. So we came to the same conclusion last week when we had a separate meeting with the engineering department on the sewer laterals. But in getting the agenda for this meeting, we find out that paving is being assessed to the house almost directly across the street from us, also on the other side of Oxford. And we just are unclear as to what all work is going to be done here that we're recently finding out about. So are they going to be doing the road past here? And the 520 Wimbledon is almost directly across from us on the other side of Oxford.
Yeah, so the road paving is the next hearing?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. It's an accumulation of things. So we find out literally 10 days ago that the lateral construction is going to be occurring on the eastern side of Oxford. And now, just in looking at the agenda and the amounts for paving assessment, there's a house also on the east side, which is being assessed for paving, and we're not. And they're directly across the street. So we're just trying to understand what the scope of construction is going to be on the other side of Oxford.
So in this location right here, the new sewer itself is coming into this location right here and doing an interim connecting right here to make sure that this existing combined sewer itself still flows into this location through here. You can see in this location right here, the design for the proposed concrete curbs come to this location right here. And then with that, the old water main right here is being retired through here, and the new connection is in this location right here. So with this, with having two phases on Wimbledon, this part is receiving concrete curbing up to here, concrete curbing other towards the west, towards Woodward Avenue. In this location, we need to extend the infrastructure for the reconnections for the water system and the sewer system to still drain. And this location right here is kind of what we call in the engineering department kind of a temporary roadway itself. So this area right through here is going to get digged up in next year's program to be able to extend utilities this way. And then if elected by city commission, concrete curb and gutter continues for Wimbledon Phase 2, then it'll get picked up from these locations right here further towards the east itself.
yeah.
So curbs are going to be put in on one side of the street.
No,
laterals on both sides, just to the east of Oxford.
So the thing that you run into is your paving limit is located right through here, but your utility replacement has to extend through here because the new utilities need to extend to the existing utilities in this phase right here. So your utility, essentially your phasing for permanent pavement can't be over where you match your utilities because you're going to be tearing up brand new curb and pavement for that. So that's why you're going to see this location in this area right here is kind of what we call temporary pavement because it's going to get removed for next year to be able to extend the utilities further towards the east. So your utility phasing and your paving phasing are slightly offset. So when you dig up next year, you're not affecting any brand new curb that got installed this year.
So you are clearly in Phase 1 of the sewer and water laterals, but Phase 2 of the paving, unfortunately.
So the house directly across the street from us at 520 Wimbledon is being assessed for paving. And so, if I understand what you're saying, is there will be curbs and paving on one side of Wimbledon, east of, no, there won't be.
So the curbs are getting installed in this location right here. They're dead ending right in front of his
What is that
property.
location?
Here's 520 Wimbledon's property is located right here. So their concrete curb is, part of their property is ending right here. So this is going to be brand-new curb as part of the current design into this location right there. That's why that they're in part of the special assessment district for paving. This area right here is extending the utilities further to connect to the existing. So with that, your lead, since it's located in this location right here, is in part of the area that is going to be replaced for utilities in this year's program. And then the pavement over your lead is temporary pavement until it gets dug up next year to be able to extend the infrastructure further to the east.
Okay.
So there'll be some temporary pavement put in. So it's going.
Sir,
Yeah.
you have to speak at the microphone.
I'm sorry.
And perhaps at this point, you should follow up with Ms. Cota privately about
Okay.
your private property.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
So,
That, our house was not included in phase one until within the last
yes,
couple days.
and
So-
I think Ms. Cota apologized for that, sir, when she realized that your lateral was on the west side of your property, which made that necessary. So we understand the concern. So bringing it back, do we have any other questions from the commission? And if not, we would move to entertaining a motion. The suggested commission action is on page 3 of item 8A.
I'll do it.
How much do we have to do?
I think it's imperative that we detail what the findings of the commission are, so do please read the whereas. When you get to the Sidwell number street address, estimated sewer SAD, estimated water SAD costs, you can refer to pages 8A at 4 and 5.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Whereas notice was given pursuant to Section 94-7 of the City Code to each owner or party in interest of property and lots to be assessed by first-class mail and by publication in a newspaper generally circulated in the city, and whereas the City Commission has conducted a public hearing and has determined it is necessary to proceed with the project replacing sewer services 50 years of age or older, or constructed a material that is not acceptable for city standards, and replacing water services that are 60 years or older or less than 1 inch in diameter on Wimbledon Drive from Woodward Avenue to Oxford Road, Abbey Street from Wimbledon South to the dead end, and Twin Oaks from Wimbledon North to the dead end. And whereas the city has previously established a policy requiring replacement of sewer services 50 years of age or older or constructed of materials that are not acceptable for city standards, and water services less than 1 inch in diameter, and the city street is open for repairs or reconstruction. And whereas the City Commission, after the public hearing, has determined that Wimbledon Phase 1 project, the replacement of sewer services that are 50 years of age or older, or material that is not acceptable for city standards, the replacement of water services that are 60 years or older or less than 1 inch diameter is a necessity and is in the best interest of the city. And whereas the commission has approved the detailed plans and estimates of the costs prepared by the city engineer, and whereas formal bids have been received and the actual cost of sewer service and water service replacement has been determined, and whereas the city engineer has determined that the boundaries of the sewer service lateral and water service laterals located within the limits of the following streets shall be installed as part of Wimbledon Phase 1 project contract number 6-25 WN Wimbledon Drive Woodward Avenue to Oxford Road, Abbey Street, Wimbledon South to the dead end, Twin Oaks, Wimbledon North to the dead end. Whereas the formula used in making the assessment is 100% of the contractor's charge for replacing a lateral service that is 50 years of age or older, or constructed of materials that are not acceptable, and water service that is 60 years of age or older and less than 1 inch in diameter within the public right-of-way between the utility and the property line, calculated at the rate of $100 per foot of 6-inch diameter sewer service pipe and $90 per foot of 1-inch water service pipe. Therefore, let it be resolved that the City Commission has determined that the scope of the public improvement as described is in the best interest of the city and will benefit the properties listed in the assessment roll and is a necessity, and the City Commission directs the manager to prepare a special assessment roll and present same to the City Commission for confirmation, and further set a public hearing for confirmation on April 21st, 2025, and give notice of same. And the Sidwell numbers, the street address, estimated sewer SAD costs, and estimated water SAD costs are set forth on pages 4 and 5 of 8A of the packet.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Long. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments from the public on the motion? Any comments in the room or any comments online? We have a comment. I see none in the room. We have Mr. Dan Roovers online. Mr. Roovers.
Yeah, thanks. So just a point of clarification. There's been some confusion amongst the neighbors that individuals need to hire contractors to do their own sewer and water laterals. So just to clarify for everybody, if you would, that is not the case. The city takes care of sewer and water laterals, correct?
Ms. Coda?
For part of this special assessment district on Wimbledon, it would be the contractor would replace the water and sewer laterals from the new utility, the water or sewer, to approximately 1 foot behind the existing sidewalk to the property line. That would be the limits of the replacement as part of this special assessment district.
But, you know, also.
Okay, so if we want all of our laterals replaced, we're responsible to contract out the balance of what you just said.
As I mentioned previously in the presentation or answering questions from the public, once the contract is awarded, we can talk to the construction contractor for this project to see if there's any interest to work on private property to be able to extend your water and sewer laterals from the right-of-way line into your house. And with that, that would be a agreement between the contractor and the private property owner. The city would not be involved as part of that contract.
Okay, so just a comment on that. I appreciate the explanation because everybody's asking about it. Basically, all of our neighbors have original, for the most part, laterals. So the neighborhood is going to, pretty much everybody is going to want to do that. So any help the city can give us in consolidating that effort will be greatly appreciated.
Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Host?
You know, traditionally, Mr. Roover, we give you a list of contractors that hopefully you all select the same one and they just go down the street.
I don't know if we provide a list of contractors anymore, but it has been the case in the past that if the contractor hired for the project was not interested in working on private property, that there are other very well-known contractors in the city who sometimes are interested in doing batch projects. And the point of doing this while your lateral is open is that it ends up costing you less than a lot less than having to do it privately later and have it reopened and then patch patch everything up yourself. So, Ms. Coda?
Yes, and with that, the city engineering department and other departments, we can't necessarily recommend contractors that can do work on private property itself. With that, usually we recommend that property owners do get 3 quotes from contractors to be able to compare services, and also to potentially get references from coworkers, neighbors, or potentially look on sometimes social media. People might have some references on that location.
Yes, I would say personally, having just done mine, social media has lots of recommendations about who was happy with the service and who they used. So, all right. So, Sir.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I was just wondering how much that costed to do that, how much extra this generally costs to do that last bit with this separate contractor?
From the property line to your house?
What we've just been talking about, how we'll have to get a separate contractor?
Right. It depends on the length from the property line to your house, and then it depends on the amount of work that they have to do under sidewalks, through the wall in your basement, where the water service is in your basement, front wall, back wall, many things. I'm not sure that you could give an average. I don't know if Commissioner Haig, who wants to weigh in.
I just want everybody to understand what the scope of
Right.
the project is that's paid for within city and within the city project, and what's then left over, so that nobody has a nasty surprise and says, hey, I thought I was getting, and why is it all the way down at the end of my front
Right.
yard? No, there's this other section that, and I'll just speak from a personal standpoint. If it were me doing this, which it will be in a few years, I personally would like to have it done as one thing so that I don't have what I know is an old and probably close to end-of-life system connected to a brand new. I would have that done, but she just had it done. If your water meter's at the front of the house or the water meter's at the back of the house, you get a really big difference. So
Right, and it depended on, where the driveway was and that I had a porch. So I actually personally paid extra to have a contractor who did not open trench the whole front yard because I had a porch in the way. And so it was more expensive, but he went underground, around the foundation, under the driveway, underground. And I would say that personally, my cost was like $6,000. But we were required to move from the old water main in the back of the house that was being decommissioned? Yes, thank you. To the new water main that had been put in the street back in 2014. Yes. And about 15 of us on the street did it. And you can tell who went underground and you can tell who was trenched because it looks like everybody had a snake buried in the front yard. And we all have little blue flags, so it's festive. Commissioner?
If the residents are as well organized as I feel like they are, it would behoove you to maybe, as a group, look at a contractor and hire him or her, and they would literally go down your street and do it while the project's going on. And what the hookup cost is so they're going to bring it and they're going to hook it up to your existing system so your sewer works, and then they're going to be done. And then if you 2 years later want to do that pipe, and a lot of people do it on an emergency basis because a lot of it's this Orangeburg clay. You don't want to do it on an emergency service because you want to talk about expensive. That's very expensive, as well as a potential backup. So I would highly recommend that you, as a group, when this project is going on, talk to some contractors, agree on one, and, doing 15 houses at once versus one house, you're going to get a better price.
Yeah, because they'll tell you that the batch price is cheaper because the equipment is all staged and their subcontractors are all there, so.
All right, we appreciate it, or I appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, one day, I can't wait for this all to be done. We may seem well organized now, but we're certainly running out of energy at this point.
All right, so we've had comments from the public. Any additional comments from the commission before we call for the vote?
I just have one general comment. I think we hear a lot from residents that the city commission isn't paying attention to infrastructure needs appropriately, and I think this is a perfect example of the city identifying a safety concern in this area of town and spending a lot of money to improve it. And I just want to make sure that sometimes the improvements we make, we literally make them and we bury them underground so no one ever sees them. And I remember having a pipe replaced in my basement, and I asked the contractor if he could put plexiglass over it so I could see the thousands of dollars I just spent instead of covering it with concrete. But I think this is a perfect example of identifying a need and a safety concern, and it is expensive and it is disruptive, and it does, make things a little more challenging, but it does improve the safety in our city, as Chief Wells pointed out. And so I think it should be celebrated that we're focusing on this, and as painful and as exhausting as it is, it's exceedingly important to keep you and your neighbors safe. So I just
one more.
You had one last comment before we vote?
I'm actually just wondering when I should talk. A lot of us have thoughts about the pricing of the road and the kind of the prices came back. Is now that time? Or
No, that's in the next hearing.
Thank you.
trying to.
Okay.
One, in addition, and well said, Commissioner, I 100% agree with you. When we were doing Arlington and Shirley, we had grave concerns about the water system. It was a 4-inch pipe, 100 years old, probably more like a 3 or a 2-inch pipe. Not a very big concern. Chief Wells talked about it during the meeting, about having enough water pressure to fight a fire if you have one in your house or your neighbor has one, and then it becomes your problem because they can't put that fire out and it spreads. While we were doing Arlington and Shirley, there was a house fire on the house on Lincoln. And Chief Wells will attest to this. I actually drove by it because my son goes to Seahome, and I was driving down the street, and I was like, oh my gosh, it was a large house. And they said, thank God that they had the fire hydrant across on the south side of Lincoln, not part of the project, that they could hook up to, because they would not have had enough water pressure on the fire hydrants during that project. And for the reason why that project was done, to improve that process. So I agree, and that's front and center, public health, safety, and welfare, not just for the resident, but for the firefighters, for your neighbors, and so that's why we're doing this.
Okay, Ms. Bingham, the roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yeah. Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoax?
Yes.
All right, that takes care of the first part, sewer and water laterals. Now we move to the public hearing of necessity for Wimbledon Phase 1 project for the paving special assessment district. I'm going to open the public hearing, and Ms. Coda is going to make her presentation with particular detail to talk about the bid environment, the bids that we received, and things we could consider moving forward.
Do you want to put the time that we're starting at?
9:25 p.m., Ms. Bingham. Open the public hearing.
Yep, this presentation is for the Special Assessment District for the paving of Wimbledon Phase 1 project. With this, this is the exact same as the other presentation, the limits of the project, Wimbledon and Abbey, and then Twin Oaks. Wimbledon's from Wimbledon Drive to Oxford, Abbey is from Wimbledon to the dead end to Poppleton Park, and Twin Oaks is from Wimbledon to the north. And with that, the Special Assessment District for paving includes the roadway with the Cape Seal and concrete curb and gutter, and driveway approaches per the City Commission direction from October of 2024. So with this, this information got provided to City Commission last month during a workshop. And with this, I do want to bring this forward, just general information for the public itself and in general is, where do your tax dollars go? Our engineering department and other departments do hear about, we pay taxes, where does it go to, et cetera. So out of a dollar that you pay in taxes, 0.34 or 34% goes to the city of Birmingham. Out of that, 0.28 or 28% goes to Oakland County, 0.22 goes to Birmingham schools, and 16 cents goes to the state of Michigan. So out of that 34 cents that go to the city of Birmingham, approximately a nickel or 14% goes to our major and local street funds. And with that, our major local street funds covers maintenance of all of our current roads by Department of Public Services and or contractors that are hired by the city, and capital improvement projects for us to be able to either do our annual maintenance programs of either Cape sealing, concrete replacement, asphalt mill and overlays, or if we're looking to reconstruct a road, that's also part of our capital improvement project. In 2024, there was $6.5 million that went to our major and local street funds. The city approximately has 82 miles of major and local street roads. So with that, $6.5 million, when averaged out over the street links, about 76,425 miles of city roads is spread out that way. Dollars, sorry. It's spread out that way, but that covers everything from maintenance to any construction that occurs on a city road that's either a major road or a local road. So with this, understanding unimproved and improved roads, an unimproved road is essentially a gravel road with or without curbs that has been treated with Cape Seal to provide a relatively smooth surface and also dust-free itself. An improved road is a road with concrete curb and gutter and either has a surface of either concrete or asphalt of the roadway itself with an engineer aggregate base. So with that, Wimbledon is an unimproved road, so it is a gravel roadway with a Cape Seal treatment on top. And so this is essentially a little bit of difference of seeing with unimproved roads. So this is an improved road, a concrete roadway with concrete curbs itself. Down below here is actually an unimproved road, but it does have concrete curbs along each side of the roadway itself. This is a picture of unimproved roads. This does not have any concrete curb and gutter on either side of the roads. That is typically what you see on Wimbledon Road itself. And right here is another example of an unimproved road where they've got some concrete curb and gutter along the edge of the roadway itself. And so with this is our new 2025 unimproved road maps. So with this, it provides information. The items in red are just unimproved streets. If it's got blue, that means it's got concrete curb and gutters with unimproved roadways itself. And then the other colors just state green is owned by either MDOT or the Road Commission. And then there's a little bit of information right here where city major and local, the thicker line that's gray would indicate a city major road. So with this, the city's unimproved roads, as I mentioned, are gravel roads with or without concrete curbs and gutter. Those roads sometimes appear similar to asphalt roads, but they do act differently than asphalt roads itself. Essentially, Cape Seal treatment is what we kind of call a crust topping on gravel roads that reduce dust and inhibits and tries to prevent moisture going in to be able to do rutting itself. And also to some information about unimproved roads. Some unimproved road streets have catch basins and storm sewers, some do not. It just all kind of depends on when the subdivision was developed, anywhere between the 1920s and 30s, if there was any catch basins or storm sewer installed with the subdivision that got developed. In 1930s, when most of the subdivisions were developed, local streets were built as gravel roads. And over that time frame, there's been a special assessment district that has gone for if a road went from an unimproved road to a construction road with engineering pavement itself. And then so what ended up happening over the time frame is that neighbors opt to retain gravel roads initially and coordinated themselves the maintenance through it. And then later on, probably right around the 1970s is when the city started coordinating the maintenance of gravel roads and assessing the maintenance to the property owners. And just a little bit more information for this. This section shows an unimproved road where you've got essentially kind of what we call the existing subbase. You've got an existing gravel roadway. From what we can tell from some of our pavement cores on previous project, it can vary anywhere between 4 inches to 6 inches. It just kind of depends on how the road got developed and when the subdivision got developed, and also how it got maintained before the city started doing the maintenance of it in the 70 timeframe. And then up on top is essentially the Cape Seal treatment on top of the gravel roadway. With this, for improved roadway, you got the existing subbase, and then you've got 21 AA aggregate base underneath the road, and then you've got either 4 inches of asphalt or 7 inches of concrete for local roads as your cross section for the roadway itself. And so this is kind of showing an example of the previous slide before. I forgot to bring these samples. I actually do have them in my office. This right here shows the Cape Seal treatment, and you can kind of see right here the 1 inch mark and the 2 inch mark is right here. So you're talking less than a 1 inch of the Cape Seal treatment that occurs on a gravel road versus a 4 inch asphalt cross section you can see in this location right here. So there is a difference of a Cape Seal treatment is maybe less than an inch of an application onto it versus an asphalt road has 4 inches of the material itself. So we were able to pull out some of the Cape Seal treatments. The last one that was done on Wimbledon was in 2019. On Abbey Street and Twin Oaks was done in 2014. And right here you can kind of see It wasn't necessarily all done at the same time, but here's the previous special assessments that were done on Wimbledon and Abbey and Twin Oaks for this. And did want to note, back in, unfortunately, during the 60s and 70s, there is SADs for road oil to be able to maintain these areas to be dust-free itself. So there were previous special assessments on these streets. And so the city's policy for maintenance on unapproved road, and like I mentioned earlier, the first one that we can find from a special assessment district was dust proofing in 1948. And with this, the special assessment district was 85% of the maintenance of the short, when a property is on a short foot cost, 85% is borne by the property owner. For a long foot cost, that's if a corner property and say their one side is the longer side that's getting a Cape Seal treatment done, they'll get assessed 25% of the cost. And then the last two, this is a policy for businesses if they're located within the Cape Seal district, but for Wimbledon itself, there's no properties or business properties located in the special assessment district. And so with this kind of paving costs, so if a road goes from an unapproved to an approved road, essentially, excuse me, they'll pay 85% of the short cost for this, and then the approach is 100% of the cost for this. So the project went out for bids towards the end of February, and we received the bids on March 12th. With that, the special assessment district for the paving, the cost calculated at $171.20 per front footage with that. That included the Cape Seal treatment and the concrete curb and gutters being installed with that. For the approaches, reinstall savage brick pavers was $40 a square foot, and for removal of concrete or asphalt approach and install concrete approach back were both the same cost at $75 per square yard. And so with this, this is the limits of the properties within the special assessment district. And then here is the list of civil numbers and addresses within it. And then with this, engineering recommends the city declare a necessity, and should city commission declare it tonight, a public hearing of confirmation road could be set up for April 21st of 2025.
Okay, Ms. Cota, before we move to questions and comments from the public, could you please address, have you investigated, were these normal bidders? And do you have any idea why the cost is so much higher? I understand that the cost that was shared at the neighborhood meeting again, on August 22nd of 2024, and then shared at the commission hearing on the commission meeting of October 28, 2024, were costs that were based on the Westwood project, which was 2022-23, which that was our most recent curb with Cape Seal. So we thought that that was the most recent example we had. But obviously the environment is different now. So do we have any idea why these bids are so high?
So with this, on this project, we did receive 3 bidders did submit cost proposal on it. These 3 contractors have previously done work in the city, and they actually have done work in the city last year themselves. So essentially the city currently has existing contracts with them. With this, the costs were similar. We didn't see any abnormality of where you might have someone saying, $100, and then $500. We necessarily didn't see any of that. What I mentioned previously when compared to Arlington and Shirley, with that project, your length of the project is almost close to a mile for the street. So I think you got economy of scale with that project when you came from the paving cost. As I mentioned during those contract awards, the asphalt tonnage on Arlington and Shirley were some of the lowest ones I've seen in the past couple of years. So there was some great pricing on the paving for Arlington and Shirley itself. With this, Wimbledon, it's a shorter, actually, front end of road, so it's about 1/3 of a mile. So sometimes when you see the longer roadways, say a mile versus 1/3 of a mile, sometimes their cost for mobilization coming to the project they can only spread it across that length of the project. So sometimes when you get the longer projects themselves, you get essentially better cost of scale type of a deal with that, and also your production for it. So a lot of times, like on Arlington and Shirley, the concrete subcontractor for concrete curbs was out there, 2 locations, and they're out there for multiple days. When you have the shorter ones, essentially this Wimbledon, don't know yet because we haven't had any discussions with any of the bidders on this one. It might only take them 2 days to install the curbs versus Arlington and Shirley took up to 5 days, 2 times in that project type of a deal. So I think with that, you run into the economy of scale of projects in the length of the project is what we are seeing the difference between Arlington and Shirley and on Wimbledon.
And has city staff discussed what alternatives there may be?
Yes. Melissa, do you want me to explain that?
Mary?
I think we're all looking at each other, is that there was some discussion as to whether it would be appropriate, if the commission desired, to go back to the bidders and ask them if they would like to submit bids wherein they would not be putting in curbs, that it would be the roadway only, and it's Cape Seal. That was based upon the decision of the commission's direction last time. So there was discussion as to if that's what the commission would like, we could discuss how that would occur from a procedure standpoint.
Okay, well, this is not, we're still in the public hearing. I just want to get all the information out before we open it for questions and comments from the public. And so, just quickly, Ms. Coda, the advantages and disadvantages of the Cape Seal with and without curb?
So with that, when you do have concrete curb and gutters, it does, parking pads are not available anymore to go off of to be there existing, they'll get removed. And so with that, sometimes what you see with unimproved roads with no concrete curbs is people parking along the edge of it. And then essentially you see the gravel road shifting, moving underneath that. So a lot of times you might start seeing where that's the low spot, and that can affect drainage. So with the concrete curb and gutter, it does help with drainage on unimproved roads, but drainage is still not necessarily guaranteed on an unimproved road just because the roadway can shift over time because it's just a gravel road with a Cape Seal treatment on top. So in summary, the curbs do help with drainage on an unimproved road.
And they also help maintain the edge of the Cape Seal from crumbling?
Yes.
So, all right, so with that information, we'll now move to questions and comments from the public. Then we will close the public hearing, and then we will bring it back to the commission for a discussion about how we might want to proceed. So we are still in the public hearing, and now is the point where any member of the public can come up, state their name and address, make their comments, reserve their right to protest, and talk about the project. If you could please hold your comments to 3 minutes.
Danny Hill, 282 Wimbledon. Before I address the commission, a point of clarification for Ms. Kacharik. When we were talking about the sewer laterals, there was a point about a 125% increase.
25.
I'm sorry, what was it?
25.
A 25%?
It shall not exceed 25 without a secondary hearing.
Does that apply as well to the road?
Yes. So any special assessment, there is an assessment made, can't know the true cost until it happens. If it's in excess of 25% of what was declared at the confirmation of the roll, then we would have to come back to another public hearing before the commission to explain why there's an increase of the assessment, the true cost from assessment to true cost of in excess of 25%. You would hold another public hearing such as this.
I can't ever recall that happening.
I cannot either.
Okay.
So that has no reference to the cost that was provided in the September and
No.
October timeframe of
No.
last year? Okay, so there's no accountability for what was provided as an estimate of a cost last year when we came before the commission to speak about which option we were choosing versus what's being presented today. There's no accountability of change between those two costs.
Do you want me to answer?
Yes,
Mary?
please.
I don't know what you mean by accountability, but if what you're asking is what was presented for the commission to give direction between Cape Seal and improved, does that have anything to do with what we're doing here now? And the answer is no. The purpose of the special assessment hearing now is to have the public hearing for first the commission to declare a necessity to make the public improvement and to declare the district wherein the improvement would occur and what those benefits are to both the city and the residents and whether or not it's necessary to go forward. Once that is determined, and the estimate of what that's going to look like and the cost to each resident has been prepared and presented, then the next step is the confirmation of the roll. Confirmation of the roll is another public hearing where each parcel is presented to make sure that we have the right parties in the roll and in the district, and then what the assessment looks like for each one of those parcels. What's the estimate? And what it will cost you for that improvement.
Understood. And I apologize if I'm not understanding what I'm referencing is the cost that was provided from city engineering in the meetings that we were shown graphic images of an estimate cost of what we voted on, which was option B, which is what's being moved forward with, and the cost disparity between what was presented on that date and today. There is no accountability or any bearing to that cost versus what's being presented today from the city side. That's just a number that was thrown out from city engineering, and there's no tie to that number today. We could go 300% above that.
The purpose of, do you want me to continue?
Yes, please.
The purpose of that meeting and the purpose of city commission direction for that meeting was different than what we're doing here now. And why the numbers have increased so much between that time and today, I cannot answer. We can all make suppositions as to what's happening. As the attorney, I can't tell you why contractors are charging more money, but I think we can all make some assumptions as to why. There's fear in the marketplace, fear of the economy, fear of tariffs, what contractors are willing to work for. And I think engineering, unless I'm wrong, Melissa, correct me. When engineering was looking at estimates, they were looking at estimates of what's been going on the past number of years. And the pricing in 22-23 was a very different set of pricing than it is now in 25. And so that's what you're seeing, the difference of what's in the marketplace today in 25. So the thing that you heard before and what was presented to commission was a very different reason than what we're doing here tonight. Again, I'm just the lawyer, but I don't think anybody's excited that those numbers have gone up, because not only do they go up for residents, they go up for the city too. And everything is going up, and it's unfortunate, but it's the marketplace, it's where we are and where we live. I don't know if maybe the assistant manager or engineer can speak to this better than I just did, but I think that's what's going on.
Sure, and I don't want to limit the...
If I may, so with that, I just want to provide some historical information. Westwood, when it was done in 23, the special assessment in 22, that road had existing concrete curb and gutters with the Cape Seal treatment done on it. There was a very minor curb removal and replacement that were done for someone's water lateral service, or if there was essentially a chunk of concrete curb and gutter gone, that could potentially become maintenance issues for Department of Public Service. So there's a very low amount of removal and replacement of concrete curb and gutter done on Westwood. Some of the residential information reading provided in August was assuming just a Cape Seal treatment done on that. So that was just a Cape Seal treatment done on a roadway. The direction from City Commission for engineering for final designs included Cape Seal and concrete curb and gutter. So with that cost of the Cape Seal and concrete curb and gutter was not necessarily presented at the August of 24 resident meeting. It was either Cape Seal the roadway or go to an improved roadway, which would have been concrete curbs with either asphalt or concrete.
Thank you. I'll try to limit my response to the commission in 3 minutes. So I feel there's probably no need to go back in history of, the countless hours that were spent by myself and neighbors over the last several months, attending meetings, writing letters, reading meeting minutes, FOIAing requests, reading city codes. But we walked away from that meeting feeling like we had some success, that we were served by city government for an amicable resolution with a cost that was provided in front of us. That cost that was provided, it's saved in my phone, it's saved in most of my neighbors' phones. It was for 65 feet of frontage, an estimate of $3,000 to $5,200, an average of $4,127. Multiple times we pled with the city engineering department on record. I can note those times in all of those meetings that we asked for an actual cost estimate be done from a given third party, and it was never done. We were denied that every time. So when we're talking about the amounts that were being quoted before, we asked for a formal quote in 2024, not going back to 2022's analysis of a different street. We asked for an actual cost estimate, which was never given. Today, we are being given a 214% increase on simply the street improvement alone. That's not counting the water and the sewer and then all these additional costs that some of us are just finding out about tonight. We have neighbors on our street that have upwards of $34,500 that are going to be assessed to them in this improvement plan. We feel that it is a bait and switch, so that we were given an option that was to let us go away from this and then come back and give us a much, much higher cost. I feel that if there are other estimates that can be given from other parties that maybe are not already contracted through the city, there should be other estimates and other bids that are given from other providers so that we can get down to that cost that we were initially estimated at. And if we're not, I think the city should be paying for the difference in percentage of what was given to us as an estimate versus what we're paying today. A 214% increase in any private sector company, if I were to go and give an amount in my job and it was increased by 214%, I would be fired. It would be gross malfeasance. It's worse in a public forum where we've sat through all of these meetings, we've budgeted for all of these costs, and now it's getting thrown on top of us that it's tens of thousands of dollars above what we were initially quoted. Thank you.
My name is Tim Bradley, 519 Wimbledon Drive. I'd like to echo what Danny was just saying. Our agreement to option B was really predicated on this pricing, which ended up being wildly inaccurate. I recall getting pushback, during some of these meetings we're coming to. We were kind of new to the process and, probably frustrating for asking questions at the wrong time, whatever. But I walked away with the impression numerous times that where are you getting these numbers from? These numbers are bad. Well, yet again, we use the city's numbers and we're coming back with wild increases. I just don't understand why we can't get bids first. Why can't we get a bid? And that's the price. Get a bid, surely it can last for 6 or 12 months. It can't have been that hard to get a bid. You mentioned bulk pricing. I mean, all of North Poppleton's getting it done. So why our little stretch of the street? Why not do it all at once? Get the bulk pricing for it all. I mean, there's a bulk amount of work to do. Let's get that bulk pricing. Also, I feel like it's kind of I'm like in deja vu here. Last year, only West Wimbledon got notified. A bunch of us pulled in the neighbors. They were really upset. They would want to know about this. And even some of the East Wimbledon folks didn't find out because they didn't get letters like Rick, or Rich, sorry. Rick, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it's been a week. Anyhow, and I feel like this whole process is flawed. We should get quotes first, wide notification. Let's get everyone on board, all the stakeholders. Let's just make a plan that works for everybody instead of kind of seemingly like one option must be done. Then we're like weekends. I wanted to be spending time with my kids. I have a busy job. I don't just work 40 hours a week. I'm spending my nights, my weekends rallying neighbors, getting signatures. I mean, who the hell wants to be doing that? I sure don't. But here I am again. I'm one of the most engaged neighbors on this project, along with some people in the seats tonight. Even I'm getting surprises. Like I didn't know about this city sewer run goes to like a foot past the sidewalk. What the hell, man? This is insane. These percentages suck too, 85-15. Like, why are we sticking with this? Just because that's the way it's always been done doesn't mean it's right. If the percentages were more reasonable, we would be more okay with the pricing. And then finally, this is a bit of a non sequitur, but the city is contemplating a $32 million bond for the YMCA to build a brand new building. I'm holding back expletives here, but we pay for our roads first before we do fancy things we don't need.
everyone. Rick Brodsky, 625 Wimbledon Drive. I'm on, West Wimbledon? Or no, sorry, East Wimbledon, so I'm in Phase 2. But I don't want to reiterate everything they've said tonight. But I do implore you all to not find necessity for this Cape Seal with curbs at $170 per foot. It's every discussion we've had, every piece of input we've given, every decision we've made and input we've given to you has been based on cost. Cost has been the central factor. And that cost just isn't what we talked about. And I know it doesn't sound like it was, within, the control of the commission or the city about the overruns, but it's a complete departure from where we were when we were talking about all of this, when we were thinking about what was necessary. And the curbs, while it would be great, they just aren't necessary. So what I'm asking and what I suggest is that we do what was mentioned before about get bids for the Cape Seal. That's just the only reasonable option. The city, I know these streets, it would be great for them to be awesome, but all of us have to pay for it. And so my lot, and I said this before, but as a reminder, or anybody who wasn't here last time, I'm on a corner and it's a funky shaped triangle that I have 270 feet of frontage. So this, at $170, it's $170 per foot. Even if you factor in the discounts, I'm at $35,000 for the paving. Then $6,000 for the water connections. Then whatever it is for the contractor. Then 9% interest with a lien against my house. So, and again, I'm registering my protest here. If this goes forward at $170 per foot, we have to challenge it to the Michigan Tax Tribunal. We have to. And I would strongly submit that there is no way a court could find a proportionate connection between the value that I'm getting from a new improved road and a $50,000 assessment with interest, with a lien against my house. I won't be able to sell my house for as much money as I could otherwise because there will be a lien against it. So, and with $50,000 and a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old and plenty of expenses in my life, I'm going to pay it over time. I'm not going to pay it all at once because this $50,000 doesn't just like grow on trees, So I appreciate you all taking the time again to talk to us, but I strongly implore you to consider this idea of going back to the Cape Seal, redoing the bids, and seeing where we are from there, because this current plan is just not fair to us. So thank you all again.
Thank you.
Evening, everyone. Chris Blake, 139 Wimbledon. I wonder if you wouldn't mind pulling up page 183 of the packet for tonight. It shows the intersection at Wimbledon and Woodward. Yeah. So I have 2 requests tonight. The first one's kind of an easy one. I would ask that the commission request city engineering to reconsider the layout of the sidewalks as they move from kind of like along our neighbors in front of the more eastern side of 139 all the way to Woodward. It's kind of making like a goofy S shape right now. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I'd like the commission request engineering relook at that layout and do something that looks a little more purposeful. The second request is a little tougher. I would like the commission to find that there is not a need for necessity to move this forward tonight. The reason why, it was mentioned earlier, economics. You mentioned that there's a lot of uncertainty right now, therefore contractors may be quoting things higher. One of the fundamentals of an economics is the choice not to buy. And right now I think the choice should be made not to buy and move forward with this project. I think the quotes that are being asked to the contractors are being asked to start work sometime in 2025, which is short notice to mobilize on a short section of road. And I think that's part of why the costs are coming back so high. It was mentioned earlier that we need to take a more future-focused look at how we quote these types of opportunities. These are major dollar projects. They should be valuable to the contractors to bid on and bid competitively, but I think asking for last-minute projects, within months of start date is only going to result in us footing the bill. And as Rick mentioned, the amount of cost that we're being asked to pay out is not commensurate with the value that we'll receive, and that's the basis for a special assessment being legal and not to come out of, city budget or otherwise planned for. So obviously stating my protest against moving this forward. So thank you.
Any other comments in the room? Yeah, if people would just queue up at the microphones, that would be more efficient, I think, so.
I'm Beth Ann Michelle, 341 Wimbledon Drive. I would like to express that I do not feel like it's a necessity to improve the road. I guess I protest that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Yeah, so I guess it was disappointing to hear tonight we have a large project that is slated for the next, I don't know how many years before the Poppleton neighborhood is done, that pricing on shorter pieces of road probably don't get the discounts involved with longer stretches. It would seem that, and I understand that funding of the city's portion of these enhancements was not available to be able to do more, if I understand what was said earlier, than the Wimbledon Phase 1 project is scheduled to do. So it's disappointing that the residents now are going to be funding what could perhaps be an overstatement of price because there was a funding problem on the city side. But with all of the roads here that are going to be done, it would seem that it would be more economical to do larger parts of them in one sweep. So I would protest the fact that this is moving forward. I think that the stretch that's being done, the estimates for it that we based our decision on what type of road do you install, we're totally off. And I think we can get a better price doing more road. So I would like to suggest that this does not move forward and perhaps a reconsideration of a larger segment when the funding is in place on the city side. Thanks.
All right, hi, good evening. Danny Seidman, 652 Wimbledon, Phase 2, East Wimbledon. Just a quick correction of information for the commission. So Wimbledon was not Cape sealed in 2019. I was part of the group that came up to oppose that so we could start this discussion way back when. I think the last time that Wimbledon was Cape sealed was around 2010 or before. I moved in 2016 and the road has not been touched. And also this is, I think, to the engineer, but so maybe Melissa, if you can comment. I don't know how much of this is public information, but I would like to know about the bids. Do we have 3 bids? Is this the number from the lowest number? What went into that, and are those publicly available? I just don't know.
So with this, the project was publicly bid, similar to other capital improvement projects that happens in the city. It gets posted on Minton where contractors can pull the information. The project's open for bids for 3 weeks. So we post the specifications and plans there. They have 3 weeks, and then contractors can submit proposals to the city. With that, we have 3 bidders that provided quotes on this project. The cost is based on the lowest bidder that was on that bid tabulation. With that, we do not release the bid tabulations until the contract award goes forward to City Commission. That's usually either at the hearing, at the hearing of confirmation of the role, or the City Commission afterwards. Because with that, we don't want to release it early enough where if potentially we are reopening this up for potentially Cape Seal, we do not want to know other contractors having other people's unit pricing that they bid on the project. That's usually not released until the contract is awarded.
I understand. And is that information, while not publicly available to the commission?
The commission has not seen the bid tabulation on this project.
Okay, so they're not able to make a decision using that information that's not available, correct?
So the cost that was provided in here is from the low bidder from the bid tabulation itself.
Okay, thank you.
Sean Vaughn again, 421 Wimbledon Drive, reserving my right to protest.
Thank you.
Kent Farrellis, 323 Wimbledon. A couple things. One, I'm a little disappointed in costs that I see as basic, fundamental city services are not covered by the city, but instead are being levied on the residents who already pay a pretty hefty property tax to live in Birmingham. Then I've got two questions. First question is, it looks like we're taking an unimproved road, Wimbledon, and we're making it an unimproved road. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I heard a lot of talk about safety tonight. And that's one of my biggest concerns about paving Wimbledon. My biggest concern is safety. There's a lot of people that use Wimbledon as a cut-through between Adams and Woodward. Most of them don't live in the neighborhood. They're not paying for any of this, but they're going to use it every single day, and they're going to go, I think, even faster than they're already going today. The road is in bad condition. It doesn't seem to discourage people from using it. It doesn't seem to discourage them from speeding on it, and it doesn't seem to discourage them from stopping at the stop signs. So what are we doing to improve the safety if we go forward with this?
And so with this, as part of this plan that was recommended by multimodal board and approved during the design to go forward with engineering permit by city commission, is in certain locations where you can see the reduction of the concrete curb and gutters to potentially, the road gets reduced down from 26 feet to 23 feet. You see it in this location right here. So the effect of essentially narrowing the roadway down at the intersection to slow down speeds along this section of Littleton.
Thank you, Melissa. Does anyone else in the room have a public comment before anyone speaks for a second time? I'd like to get everybody first time before we have any second comments.
I would like to speak for the first time.
Yes.
Can you keep this slide up, please? My name's Josie Connolly. I live at 900 Wimbledon. I'm on the second phase. But one thing that you brought up is you're going to narrow the road here at the intersection, right here. This is Adams, is this correct? Right here? Or what street is this right here?
That's just a match line because the whole road can't fit on there.
Okay.
So this line matches
What is, okay, so
here.
I live at 900, which is 4 houses off of Adams. So going back here, you have the cars racing down to this point where they slow down and come to a stop, make their decision to turn or go ahead. So I don't know necessarily for my purposes with 3 grandchildren who come to my house a lot, I would be concerned what's happening this way, or even just here, how fast the cars are going. So I do want to say historically, we've lived in our house for 28 years, and the issue of curbs have come up a couple of times and have been, obviously curbs were never put in. And mainly, the very first time, it wasn't long after we moved in our house, there was a lot of small kids at my end of the street, and that's what people were really concerned of, is that kids, and you know how kids are. You know, the ball goes in the street, the little one's gonna go after the ball. It doesn't matter if mom and dad are right out front or not. Those kids can move so fast. So I just wanted to relay that. That's my concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other first commenters in the room? All right, we'll move to second comments. 3 minutes, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Danny Sadman, 652 Wimbledon, just reserving my right to protest, and also wanted to make a comment about the safety as well. One of the reasons I was for the unimproved road with the curbs and gutters was the opportunity for some safety measures like the bump outs, and would just ask for everyone in the room, if we do pursue unimproved roads without curbs and gutters, to reconsider at least implementing some sort of safety protocols, you know, some form. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Danny Hill, 282 Wimbledon. Again, for Ms. Kucharik, point of clarification, does everyone who wants to reserve the right to protest need to formally state that they want to reserve the right to protest once again on this issue?
Yes.
Okay, so I reserve my right to protest. I'd also like to make note I know I'm only allowed to reserve the right to protest for myself as an individual, but there are many people who are not in the room today that were only given about 12 days notice or less, many of whom are out of the country, people on our street who are over 90 years old. There's a guy named Tom at 144 Wimbledon who's being assessed $34,500. There is Rita Rossi, who's having technical difficulties. Her total is over $29,000. We've got somebody who moved out of 463 Wimbledon, and the new residents will be paying over $20,000. We have Kathleen and Pierre Creel, who are over $30,000. All of those people are not going to be able to reserve their right to protest because they may have been out of the country. Is that true? Or
No, I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your statement, and I'll make a clarification.
I'm wondering if they will be able to reserve their right to protest or if they have to formally state that in this hearing today.
They will have another opportunity for protest at the confirmation of the roll. So if the commission finds necessity and that portion moves forward, there's a second public hearing before this is a done deal, and that would be the confirmation of the roll. And they may do so by writing as long as it's received by the commission before the night of the meeting of the public hearing.
Understood.
So persons still have the right to appear publicly at that hearing or by writing before the night of the meeting. So all those persons that you are explaining are either out of the country or not maybe physically able to attend, they have an opportunity to reserve their rights.
Great, thank you.
Tim Bradley, 519 Wimbledon. Just want to reserve my right to protest and echo what my neighbors were saying, especially Chris. I think he had made a great point that none of us are denying that the roads need work and the water and sewer needs work, but let's do this right. It doesn't have to happen now. Let's get the bids. Let's get them longer out. Let's get more bids and a broader scope of bids and a longer portion of road work to incentivize those who would be interested in a large project.
I had poured this for you before, Mr.
Thank
Bradley.
you. I could use
walked
it.
way too fast.
Thank you.
Kent Fairless, 323 Wimbledon. I also reserve my right to protest.
Thank you.
Rick Brodsky, 625 Wimbledon Drive. I believe I reserved my right to protest earlier, but I'll do so again. I reserve my right, but I just have a question. I think before we were talking about these reservations of rights, the reservation at the next meeting or the protest at the next meeting was on a different issue?
No. So again, it's the same issue, different reason for getting together and having the public hearing. It's that it's confirming that the right people are on the district, on the right roll, and how much they're being assessed.
But would the protest at that meeting be limited to that issue, or would it cover the issues we're discussing tonight?
It would cover the issues of the cost, that you could say that you're protesting the amount of the cost, that it doesn't have the benefit that you were talking about earlier.
So the protest would cover the issues we're talking tonight?
You would be safe to say that you were put in a position to go forward with an appeal if that's what you choose.
Right, okay.
So that first step would be there.
All right, and I'm obviously not asking for me, but, for the folks that Danny mentioned.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you all again.
All right.
Cliff Rader at 541 Wimbledon. I reserve my right to protest as well, and probably ended on, I appreciate how much work has been done on this. This is a large project because you had to plan for the balance of the Poppleton area, not just Wimbledon Phase 1. So, I appreciate all the work that's been done, and you take our concerns with that appreciation.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move to anybody else in the room who wants to speak, please appear at the microphone now because I'm going to move to virtual.
Jack McInerney, 129 Abbey. You mentioned pinching in the roads a little on the corners. I live on the corner of Abbey and Wimbledon. I believe you're widening the street to 26 feet, right? So pinching it in to 23, I think there's a lot of places on the road that are less than that right now. So widening it to 26, you're going to increase the speeds. Pinching it down to one area at Wimbledon and Abbey, 23, again, their speed's high right now, and they're less than that. So I don't think that's going to decrease the speeds anywhere. Thank you.
All right. If you are online and you would like to make a comment or reserve your right to protest, please use the raise your hand function and we will call on you. I first have 340 Wimbledon, Pierre Creel.
340 Pierre Creel, Wimbledon. I reserve the right to protest.
Thank you. Dan Ruvers.
Yes, hello again, thanks. First, I wanted to kind of reiterate some of the comments from a little earlier. I very much appreciate you guys taking the time to hear the neighborhood give opinion. I wish I was there this evening, but I couldn't be. Secondly, I also want to reserve my right to protest. And then a couple comments beyond that. So I live at 205 Wimbledon. Every time it rains, I have a literal pond in front of my house for days. So this is a project that needs to be done. I am 100% in support of the project. But the details are where the problems are. Just 2 points I think the commission really needs to consider is this is a total cut-through street. Every day, us as neighbors, we see people fly by stop signs at Abbey and literally don't even tap their brakes. Which is a different topic. We'd love more police support for cops to be sitting there driving people because people don't even tap their brakes. But anyway, it's a cut-through street, so the 85% just does not sit well. The street's not in good shape, not because of us as neighbors. It's because of the cut-through situation. And then secondly, per what was said earlier, if the city could bid this out as one big project, frankly, like any business would do, bid it out as a big project, capture those savings, and obviously we will all benefit from that. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Please use the raise your hand function. All right, I see no one else online. I see no one else in the room. I'm going to close public hearing. So either Ms. Cota or Ms. Kucherick, would you please address why we were not able to go to one of the bidders to get a preliminary bid, not on Mitten and before the project was designed completely, which I believe you addressed last time? There were issues about trying to get an actual bid before there was a project that was bid, rather than using those costs. And I think there was a legality about, you couldn't ask a contractor to look at it and give you an estimate, because then when it was released on Mitten, they had an advantage, I believe is what you said.
I don't remember the conversation, but what you're saying is true. So part of the bid process is to have sealed bid proposals. First, a request for proposal goes out, and then everyone is on a level playing field, and sealed bids are given so that one bidder isn't trying to have an advantage in pricing over another bidder.
Right, and anyone who had been shown the project ahead of the formal bidding process would have frankly had to have been disqualified from the bidding process, and who would want to do that?
Right.
So that was one of the issues. Ms. Cota, so since this was posted on Mitten, this was open to any and all bidders. It's not just bidders that were under contract or had done city before. We just only got 3 bids.
Correct.
And there are normal people that tend to bid our projects and are used to working with the city.
Yes, and this project was publicly bid. We only received 3 bids from 3 bidders submitted proposals to the city, and out of those 3 bidders, they've done previous work in the city and had contracts with the city last year.
And so the idea would be not to rebid it on Mitten, but to go back to those 3 bidders and say, would you provide an additional quote that's just the Cape Seal and doesn't include the curbs? And provide those to us for our review within some set period. Is that correct?
If that's the direction of the commission, yes, we could do that. Normally, we would throw this out and go back out to bid and start fresh for this individual project. In speaking with engineering, it's our understanding that it's the same players keep bidding for these kinds of projects, and it's the same 3 that have bid before. So to have the equitable bid process, each of the 3 would be asked to submit a proposal that would be for Cape Seal only, no curbs, and then you're judging each of the bidders on that bid for low bidder.
All right, and Ms. Cota, could you please discuss the idea of what would happen if, according to several residents' suggestions, we put this on hold for this year and to try to do both sides of Wimbledon in the next year, or moved the second part probably couldn't move up because it's not designed yet. But is it possible that we could delay this project and bunch it together and do all of Wimbledon at once next year, saving the money we have allocated this year for next year? And who knows what costs are going to be next year, but get more of an economy of scale. And could you address whether that would delay the health, safety, and welfare another year? And I can see Chief Wells not thrilled with that idea. But it's not possible, I don't think, for the commission to not find some necessity to move forward, because in order to do the sewer and water, you have to take the road off and you have to put the road back. So the question is how can we do this most equitably? None of the commissioners are happy with the higher prices either, I assure you. So any ideas about bunching the project together?
The concern of budgeting it together would be obviously the fire department's issue with the health, safety, and welfare with that, and also to the potentially we run into this every year in the engineering department. We try to estimate costs. Sometimes we are good at cost estimating where we come in at the second bidder, we're not the low bidder, and other times the bidders come above the engineering's estimate. With the current economy right now, I don't know what unit pricing or bids are going to be received. We bid it over the winter time of this year for construction in spring of 2026. Even if you extend the limits further, your unit pricings may go up. We don't know that type of a deal just because of the current economy of supply, demand, tariffs, et cetera.
And equipment
Yes.
from foreign countries. So, all right, so we're going to now have questions by the commissioner, and I'll start with Commissioner Haig.
Okay, so it's been said none of us are happy with the pricing. It's really clear. The first thing that came to mind for me for engineering is we have later in the package the Adams Road project where we've got 3 bidders with a preference of 1. And if I just do a quick and dirty on their linear foot for a curb, I mean, it's broken out. A linear foot of curb is $29. If you figure out 13 feet for the half of a roadway, taking the yardage costs for their materials, I'm under $200 for an improved street. So, as it's all the exact same equipment that's needed to work on Adams, to do the work on Adams, that would be needed for the work on Wimbledon, and it is literally at the end of the road, can we not ask whoever we actually award the Adams Road project to say, hey, are you interested in adding another 3/4 of a mile because your equipment can drive from this street down that one and keep going and do the same job? So the mobilization is basically zero, and we get a massive amount of volume on all the exact same materials for repaving. So that's the first thing that comes to mind for me, because the pricing would then be much more optimized. Just ask them. They're literally at the end of the same street.
If I may, Commission, with that, the potential award for Adams Road for the next agenda item, that contractor is the second low bidder on Wimbledon.
Then see if they'll combine it and give us an even lower bid. It's 2
All right.
separate contracts.
An idea? Other commissioner questions or comments?
Well, add on to that one. Is the east half of Wimbledon even engineered yet?
No, because we would have to we need approval from City Commission. We've got the budget hearing at the end of this month for upcoming fiscal year for 25-26. Wimbledon Phase 2 is located in that. Whenever the confirmation of budget occurs in, say, in a May commission meeting or a beginning June commission meeting, and with that, we would start the same process again with multimodal board for a review of street width, et cetera. And with that, we would probably have the same schedule, potentially bring it forward in September, October of this year for Wimbledon Phase 2. So with that, there's not currently even any funds to start design on engineering until July 1st of this year.
For Phase 2, so they couldn't connect it all at once, because it's not designed yet.
Because it's really hard to copy-paste a profile.
Well, I think, the individual ladders and driveways and so forth would vary.
I had a quick comment.
Commissioner Schaefer.
No, I just wanted you to review, there was a suggestion that this was planned last minute, or that we're kind of like, chasing our tail trying to get bids, but could you review the normal timeline, like when Wimbledon Phase 1 was identified as a capital expenditure, when the budget for it was approved, when the RFP went out for these bids? I presume it was on a normal timeline for how the city operates. Could you just review the timeline for those like who were not at the budget hearing last year when we identified this as a project for spring of 2026?
Yes, so with that, part of the budget, city's budget has a 5-year capital improvement program. Wimbledon was started budgeting in 2022 as an area for improvement in this location and further north for water infrastructure improvements, as Chief Well mentioned. With that, we brought it forward to multimodal board for this summer of 2024 to be able to give City Commission the direction for engineering permit to how to proceed with designs on a project. With this, depending on what type of road surface goes back, does depend on how the road gets engineered. With that, if you're doing a Cape Seal treatment, you're almost matching existing grades. If you're providing any concrete curb and gutter or potentially improved road with concrete or asphalt, there's minimum slopes to try to ensure drainage occurs. So with that, you might be adding additional catch basins, low points, et cetera, on an existing roadway that may not exist. So with that, that's all part of the design process that happens with our engineering consultants to produce plans for this. And with that, this went out for bids at the end of February and had a 3-week public bidding process that we do with all of our capital improvement projects, and also do other contracts or requests for proposals are used through Minton in most departments here within the city itself. So with that, the bidding process and everything else followed similar of what we do on other capital improvement projects. With this one, and when we're looking at doing infrastructure projects on unimproved roads, we actually meet earlier than we do on an approved road. So on this project for Wimbledon, we had a resident meeting in August of 2024 to let them know about the upcoming meetings, et cetera, so they're aware with that information, and had a resident meeting last Wednesday for that. Potentially an upcoming project that we got for is Bird Phase 1A. We have not had a resident meeting with them yet. We're not having it until next Wednesday because it's an improved roadway. We're doing water and sewer improvements on that road. We're not having an initial resident meeting until next week. So with that, when it actually comes to unimproved roads and doing infrastructure, we actually meet ahead of time earlier to be able to have residents and the public be aware of upcoming meetings that they would potentially provide input, public comment on, et cetera, to City Commission or other boards.
And I think my reason for wanting her to review that is that this has been on the docket for the past 3 years. And so I think, I don't expect any of you to know that prior to it affecting you, but I think to understand, it's taken me many years of being involved in city government to understand the pace at which city government moves and with the intention that city government moves, and that this was not just decided on a whim. This has been planned for many, many years, and you might not have been paying attention, rightfully so. You were busy living your lives, working your jobs, raising your children. But I think to pivot and to suggest that we're just going to add on the second half with an infrastructure project of this magnitude it's absurd almost, with the amount of energy that goes into planning this and the amount of time and the budgeting that does occur for many, many years. So I sympathize. There was a time when I didn't understand any of this, and I think tell your neighbors who live on other streets that these projects are planned and there are ways to become informed, and we sympathize. There's suggestion that we're excited to do special assessments to the residents at astronomical prices, but the economy is very uncertain, and I think we're happy to continue to pivot and try and make different decisions so that this is easier on an economic standpoint for all of you. So, but thank you for reviewing that.
Ms. Cota, could you please say what Minton is, just in case?
Michigan Interlocal, now I'm forgetting the T and N. What's the T?
Trade Network.
Trade Network. Thank you, Mary.
So that is the online portal for which all municipalities post upcoming projects for any bidders to respond to. So, all right, Commissioner Long?
Melissa, the low bidder for Phase 1, are we bidding out Phase 2 next year, or is that low bidder doing both?
That would be bid out for Phase 2 next year.
So you could have a totally different contractor doing Phase 2?
You could.
Okay, so can we go back and ask each of the bidders, if they were to be awarded the whole project, would they rebid? And see if we can get any benefit out of that. Is that a possibility?
Ms. Kuchar?
If you are talking about increasing scope of services as opposed to taking the scope of service and taking one part of it out, I would say you would have to start fresh and do a new bidding process. You may attract more than these 3 bidders, or again, they may have a different answer. So I don't think you can go back and make that offer to these 3. I think you'd have to start fresh.
Okay, and how long would it take if we went back to Mitten and we bid this project out in 2 phases, but allowed them to bid on doing both?
I don't believe we can put the second phase out to bid because it's not designed. There's nothing to bid on. There's no bid packet.
How long would it take to put a bid packet together?
So with that, we would have to go, since it's an unimproved road, we have to go through the same process that we did for Wimbledon of go in front of multimodal board to get the recommendation from them of the street width, bring it forward to city commission to direct engineering department of which design for the road to be put back as part of the plans. With that usually ends up being a 3-month process usually. One would be the initial project introduction at multimodal board. The second month would be multimodal board recommendation, and then bring that forward within the next 1 or 2, usually that's at month 3 for that. So you're looking at 3 months from initial start to city commission to provide direction to the engineering department. After that, it could take up about, depending on engineering consultants' schedule, about 2 or 3 months to design the plans. And then with that, then you could go publicly out for bid. Understanding this too, also that plays a role in this, we have to get water main permits from Eagle, from the state of Michigan. And with that, they're averaging about approximately 4 to 5 months on getting water main permit reviews. So if you submit in January for a water main permit, you're not looking until April or May to get your water main permit issued by the state of Michigan. So that also plays a role in construction, is to make sure you get your permits in with Eagle, because it's taking about 4 or 5 months for the water main permits.
So we're not getting any economies of scale by the fact that this road is already designed halfway, and we've already gone through that process to have somebody else do the other half. You're telling me it's going to take that long?
Yes, because right now in our current city budget, we necessarily don't have a budget for our engineering consultant to start design on this project. We've got the budget available as of July 1st of 2025 for the 25-26 fiscal year. And with the process of we're doing work on unimproved road, we have to go through the steps of going in front of multi-board board for the street recommendation width.
Wouldn't the street recommendation just carry through from what has already been decided for the first half of Wimbledon?
It's not necessarily.
Kind of where I wanted to go with that as well. That when you talked about things like the catch basins and low points, the goal of putting in this sewer down the entire street, you know what elevation at one end is, you know the elevation at the other end, you know what the drop has to be. And so it's not like it's micro-engineering something that doesn't exist. There's a pattern that's already established for this sewer. It's got an elevation, it's got a drop. It's going to be putting in something that's actually fairly logical. It's not engineering it from a greenfield site. It's re-engineering a brownfield in effect. And so there's an awful lot of work. Yes, drawings like this don't take 2 minutes to put together. Everybody's got to wrap their head around details. But I'm not being facetious when I say there is an awful lot of copy-paste that can be done, because it's effectively a straight road that has an existing elevation that we know what the substructure has to look like, and to split it into 2, we could have a totally different answer on the right-hand side compared to the left-hand side, and then you have a compatibility issue. I mean, there's certainly mechanical engineering that I deal with. That's how it works.
So I'd like to comment on that, add on. The topographic survey alone, which is just to figure out what the data is out there right now, is going to take a few months. Every single surveying company in the entire state of Michigan right now is entering a construction season. Everybody's backed up months and months, just to collect the data to see how they would engineer it. Once the city commission says go, once the engineering department says go, you're at least 2 months, maybe a month and a half. Then you got to engineer it after that. And then the difference between engineering a Cape Seal road, which is essentially matching existing, you're basically throwing some asphalt on top of it again, versus putting in an engineered road with catch basins. You got to drop the road down. You have to add curb and gutters, and you have to add these high points and low points that Melissa's talking about. That's going to take another month or two. So I think Melissa said 3 months. If you're lucky, once we say go, then that's probably a pretty accurate estimate. It's not as simple as connecting the dots.
And to follow up, as Jason mentioned, also if you're looking at installing concrete curbs, when you're lowering the roadway, you also have to make sure how your driveway approaches are going to affect that to make sure to meet, not to exceed 10%, which is the city standard.
Also ADA compliance on sidewalks.
Yes. So when it goes to a concrete curb, you've got to look at the detailed grading closely to make sure you meet grading requirements.
So it seems like it's impossible to move the second half of Wimbledon forward. That leaves us with, would we want to, 2 options available to us are certainly to ask for just the Cape Seal only quotes and to have a discussion about whether, and we don't know how those are going to come back, whether we would want to move the first phase backwards and try to do it all at once in the following year. But you would have to, and I don't know who likes to gamble, you would have to hope that the economy of scale offset what the price increases might be a year from now, which no one can predict. No one can predict what the economy or the tariffs or who will still be in business in a year. I mean, I don't know how we can look forward. But that, obviously we can't move it forward. We can ask for Cape Seal only prices and we could try to think about moving it backward. But I'm not sure we can decide that tonight. So any other?
Yeah, I think my concern is there's the devil you know and the devil you don't know.
Right.
And so I would be in favor of going back to find out if we rebid this as Cape Seal only, if the numbers would come back more palatable, kind of like how you guys felt. They might not be as they were discussed, at the meeting in August, but maybe they come down enough to make this more palatable. But we don't know what those numbers are, and we certainly don't know what numbers would look like a year or a year and a half from now. Right. They could be infinitely worse. So that would be my concern.
Commissioner Host, yes.
If I may, I just want to read something that Wimbledon resident wrote. When we asked engineering to do preliminary quotes instead of using benchmark estimates, they refused. Now the cost comes in more than double, and the decision to add curbs used bad data. We're in a bad spot here. We have a very ladylike and gentlemanly group on Wimbledon. They should be incensed that this thing is coming through at 214%. And I applaud the commission for talking about trying to make this more palatable. We do have 3 choices. One is to rebid it. 2 is to start over without curbs. Or 3, the city should pay the $90 that's per foot, linear foot, that's over the estimate that this group made the decision to do Cape Seal with curbs.
So Commissioner House, I just want to clarify that Ms. Kucharik addressed the fact that we didn't willy-nilly refuse to provide an actual bid. We explained why we could not get an actual bid. It wasn't just out of the air refusal. It was because of the bidding process that wasn't a possibility. Commissioner Baller.
Hey, wait a minute, I'm not done. I think later in this meeting, I'm going to ask that we have a workshop on unimproved roads again, because the one we had did not allow us to get down and dirty in the ground and talk about how this thing is playing out. We have a lot of people here that are, again, being very civilized when there's a real problem, and that is money.
Commissioner
Their
Ballard.
money.
So I'm very frustrated. I'm a little angry. I don't want to be sitting here micromanaging this thing. We got this agenda on Thursday night. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the bid was received on my birthday, March 12th. March 12th. Today's April, whatever. We got the agenda on Thursday night late. You'll recall last week was a little tumultuous, and I didn't even start looking at it in detail until today. Sunday a little bit, but I needed my Sunday rest. And Commissioner Haig pointed out the discrepancy. So that's the first I saw it. There was no bait and switch, but I'm going to refer back to this workshop we had, and this is to you guys. We absolutely need to do better. We ended that workshop, I recall suggesting that if we want to change, we need to tell them what we want changed, and we didn't tell them anything we want changed. We thought that Wimbledon was a win. We thought we're past that because you guys were happy, we were happy, until, for me, today. Whenever you guys saw it, I don't know when you saw it. Guys, we absolutely have to do better. We have to insist that better be done. This is not for us to do. We can make the policy decisions about whether it's 85-15, whether we do, how we budget, and we have a budget book here. We got today for our budget hearing in whatever it is, a week. I'm not going to vote to move this thing forward. No. I'm not.
Can I ask, when you say do better, can you clarify what to do better?
Well, in
better
this
communication, more
in this
time,
case,
what is it?
We can't get, they're absolutely right. Maybe you can't get a bid, but you can, we hired a consultant on this community center we want to build. We're paying them $50,000 to estimate costs to build a building, which is much more complicated than building a road and putting some sewers and water lines in. We need to do better. We need to hire a consultant who will tell us what it costs to do this. We need to know better. We just need to do better. We need to do better. This is not, and this isn't about what the cost is. We did sort of agree what the cost, that was the whole thing. We wanted to bring the cost down. That's why we agreed to do Cape Seal. But then it turns out the cost of the Cape Seal is almost as much as the cost was to do Shirley the full boat. And we don't know. I would love to know what it would cost to do the full boat on this. It might not be that much more. And we talked about all the challenges that anybody wants to watch. It was like the February 11th, I think, workshop. You can speed it up to 2 times to get through it. But you won't see you'll see a lot of talking, but not, we didn't make any changes to how we do things.
Okay, Commissioner Haig had his hand up first, and then Commissioner Long.
Yeah, okay, so to throw out hypotheticals, let's say we do delay it, and we ask these contractors to come back with a better price on Cape Seal. What happens if the contractor comes back and goes, pound sand, that's my price, I'm not dropping it, or I'll give you $1. There, I gave you a discount. The satisfaction level doesn't change. The dissatisfaction level actually will go up, in my opinion. So for me, what we actually need to have is not just throw it over the wall to the contractor and say, can you do better? Can you do better versus you have to do better? Because if we're looking at a limited pool, okay, then to his point, we need to construct the thought process differently. So what's the BATNA here? Because we don't have one. We don't have a best alternative negotiated agreement. There isn't one. We don't have an opportunity here. We're just saying, throw it out there, and these guys will be back next time, except this time, the next time they'll carry pitchforks. So I don't see how that improves it right now. I am much more in favor of delay the project because the funding's approved, so the funding's basically accrued. It sits as an accrual. It doesn't go away because it's not used, because it's our internal spending. We defer it to a future year. We can see if we can then combine it with another project. So that's something there. The more we say, let's delay and get different quotes. Clock's ticking. Commissioner Emmerich is right that everybody's going to construction season, but what's been touched on, Commissioner Schaefer touched on it, and she only touched on it, but the economy is, we're all old enough. Everyone was here in 2008 and 2009, weren't you? Do you all remember what it felt like? Because I do. You remember how many people got laid off and how many people left the state permanently? Yeah, well, it's about to happen again. Look at the news. Look at how many companies have stopped importing vehicles as of today. The sales have shut down today. Ford and Stellantis are doing employee pricing on all vehicles to everybody because they need to move metal, but nobody's got any money. So we delay it. Yeah, there are projects running today. I'm pretty sure one of the things that was touched on by the mayor, some of the companies that are out there won't be around next year because everybody's working on trailing indicators right now. That's funding that's approved, past tense. We're looking at approving funding for the future. If I was a company and I was being given a quote for next year or a year and a half from now, then to me that's a way of getting booked business to keep my business alive, because I think an awful lot of businesses are going to fail. So I would rather we go back to the beginning and try and do a combined project because we've got accrued funds. They're not going away. We can do it better. And then I do want to talk later about how this is touching on one of the frustrations of Commissioner Bowler. We should not micromanage these things, yet this is the I've lost track of how many projects we're micromanaging. The job of this forum is policy. Yet we sit here for ridiculous amounts of hours at every meeting now with packages that are this thick that we have to read. We get it Thursday night. We've got to read this by tonight and have a full-time job and families. And we have to figure out the minutiae. That's not right. We have a performance issue with what's being brought to us in the first place, and we need to talk about that separately. This is going the wrong way.
So, a little off.
A little off, but this is...
Okay, but, excuse me. I don't think that there's any appetite on the commission to declare necessity tonight. What we can do is delay this hearing to a date certain. Commissioner Haig, I don't believe that it is a waste of time just to ask the three bidders what their price would be for Cape Seal only and to get that as a point of information. We can still decide not to take it, not to use it, and to consider whether we want to delay the project. But it would still, we can still get that information and have it as another data point, as you like to say. Because it doesn't cost us anything to go back to them and ask them to provide that pricing in, 10 days. We would have it before the next meeting. But we can, and Ms. Kucharik, you can guide us here, have a motion to take no action on the hearing to delay to a date certain.
If what you want to do is go back to the three bidders and ask them if with the decreased scope of work, what would your pricing be? Mm-hmm. And then you would postpone to a date certain, and then you would have to postpone to a date certain the hearing of the confirmation of the role.
Okay, and if we didn't like the pricing, we can, on those dates, decide not to move forward, correct?
Correct. And then if you do that, by practicality, you will have to rescind your prior action regarding infrastructure.
Right.
And if you did that tonight, you would have to do a reconsideration. Why, you're asking, Commissioner Ballard? Because to do the infrastructure, you have to tear up the road.
Right.
You have to have a plan of how to put the road back on.
Why?
Because you need a road. I don't think any of the residents want to look at raw roadway for a year.
Probably not, but and no offense to you guys, but that's called putting the pressure on everybody. Everybody.
Right in front of my house.
That's right. It's probably it wouldn't be much worse than what they got now. Really.
For a $35,000 bill in that guy's case, I'd look at gravel for 10 years. That's just my personal
All right,
opinion.
so, Mary, could you help us with what the motion should be?
I had a comment.
Commissioner Love?
I just want to caution everybody, the reason why we went with Cape Seal and curbs is because the curbs hold the Cape Seal together.
Yep.
Right? This is not an improved roadway. If you get assessed and just put Cape Seal down, you're going to be redoing this road again sooner rather than later. And that may be okay with some people, but just so we're all clear, there was a reason for the curbs. So I'm not a big proponent, I'm certainly not voting in favor of it tonight. I'm not a big proponent of doing Cape Seal without curbs, because I think you're buying yourself another hearing sooner rather than later, where you're coming back, where you're going to be talking about re-Cape Sealing the road again and being assessed again. But that being said, the delay that we're having also has consequences, which is Chief Wells' concern, the rest of our concerns about public health, safety, and welfare. There is not a silver bullet answer to this, but I want, from my perspective, and I think that's the Commission's appetite, is to go back and do some more homework and try and see if we can sharpen our pencils and try and see if we can do everything we can. Let's also be very clear, the cost of eggs tripled, folks, okay? The cost of construction tripled. If you're a contractor right now and you're bidding on a project, you're bidding very liberal on it because you don't want to be caught stuck underbidding it. So that's also what's going on as well.
Yes.
That being said.
Okay, so Ms. Kucharek, a suggested motion, please.
So if that is what you would like to do, then the motion would be, a commissioner would say, I make a motion to postpone to a date certain the hearing of necessity on the Wimbledon Phase 1 project, contract number, et cetera, I'm saying et cetera for the clerk, to the date certain of April 21st, and further postpone the hearing on the confirmation of the roll to the date certain of May 5th, 2025, and further to direct the engineering department to go to the three bidders to inform them of the potential for the decreased scope of work and to offer bids for that decreased scope of work to Cape Seal only, no curbs.
I'll make that motion, but I can't write that fast. So whatever you said.
I think she did.
I got
She
it.
can type faster than I can write.
But does that affect the confirmation of the rule for water and sewer? Because that vote,
Not right now, because that's going forward.
okay.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion. Thank you, Ms. Kucharek. We have a second comment on the motion. Commissioner Baller.
I object to the last part because it's micromanaging. We should just kick it back to the administration and let them figure out what to do. And there might be more things that they should be doing, maybe fewer things. I don't know. I just don't like that we have to tell them everything they need to do.
Well, we're asking for specific scope of work.
Well,
And I think the commission does need to direct that because we already approved the previous scope of work. So,
I'm telling you how I feel.
okay, other comments on the motion? Comments on the motion from the public?
Thank you for that very thorough and well-reasoned discussion. I just had a quick question about a comment that Commissioner Emery, am I saying that right?
Close enough.
All right, there we go. The comment you made about the idea of sort of this copy-paste approach, which I understand has its drawbacks, but some of the things you mentioned and why it will take so long to get the whole, process done for East Wimbledon was about, the engineering that will be required for an improved road. But what about if you just do it for a Cape Seal and you sort of rule out an improved road at the start? Would that streamline that process of seeing about whether, East Wimbledon could be done at the same time as the west?
I'd have to defer to the city engineer on this. I do have an answer, but that question's actually for the city engineer.
So with that, it'd be less essentially engineering time, design time, if it went back as a Cape Seal treatment, because you would match existing conditions, and you wouldn't have to go as to further detail of ADA sidewalks, et cetera. It reduces the time of design, but there still needs to be some design of it to make sure that you're matching existing grades, provide information on the plans and profiles, so that way, when a bidder bids the project, they know the scope and it's clear in the plans and the specifications for it. How much that time gets reduced, it kind of depends on the project and existing topography out there. And also, too, depends on how many parking pads are out there. Do we have more on the east side than we do on the west side? Because the east side, you might have to match some of the parking grades a little bit differently than you do on the west side if you just went with Cape Seal. So it's a slightly reduction. Right now, offhand, I wouldn't necessarily know that time frame because I haven't even looked at the existing, we don't even have existing topo on the east side to make that judgment call.
Would you get some benefit, though, of already having done the work on the west side for the Cape Seal?
Not necessarily, because you're matching, whatever we leave on phase one on the east side of the limits, you're matching to it and continuing essentially design further to the east. It would be more of a less design if you did only Cape Seal only versus adding concrete curbs. That's more designed for setting grades.
So, yeah, if we just did Cape Seal only and just tried to figure it out that way, that seems like the best way to, get economies of scale, but,
Yeah, so,
that's.
thank you.
But I'd love to hear your thoughts, because it sounded like you had more. Oh, I thought you said that you were going to defer to her, but you have thoughts on your own.
She covered it all. She
All
did it all.
right, awesome. Well, thank you all.
All right. Any other comments on the motion? And if you're online and you want to make a comment on the motion, please use the raise your hand function.
Okay, with my limited knowledge, I wanted to ask if an improved road can have the water lines and the sewers redone without tearing up the road. An improved road would all have to get, okay, all right, thank you.
Tim Bradley again, 519 Wimbledon. Just wanted to say, appreciate the discussion everyone's having, and I think we're all kind of moving in the right direction that perhaps we should not rush this. I like the idea of kind of delaying. Let's make sure to do the right thing. And ultimately, I think a lot of us are leaning towards Cape Seal only if the prices come out anywhere near like they just did. And one last point I just wanted to raise. Thank you for the clarification about the bidding complexities. I mean, there's some obviously things that don't happen in the private sector, but not to beat a dead horse, but perhaps we could get a massive bid for the large project and then only come to the residents once we have that, instead of kind of this like cart before the horse. My 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Online, we have Mr. Dan Ruvers.
Thanks. Takes a minute to get off mute. Quick question for the city engineer. When it comes to drainage, curbs versus no curbs, what's the implication on drainage? Heavy rainstorms, what do curbs lend when it comes to drainage?
So as in general, the city cannot guarantee drainage on an unimproved road just because the gravel road underneath the Cape Seal treatment moves, shifts, et cetera, over time. So with that, your low spot might be a current location, but then a couple of years later, it might be moved somewhere else just because the road's shifting underneath it. The curbs do help in an unimproved road, direct flow to catch basins on the roadway itself, but it also prevents the edge of the roadway getting traveled on, parked on the edge, et cetera, and helps the reduction of deterioration along the edge of the roadway.
So short answer, curbs are better for drainage. All right, any other comments? All right, bring it back to the commission. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
No.
All right, thank you. And we appreciate everyone staying for so long, and we will see you again in 2 weeks. We move to new business, item C, resolution to award the North Adams Road resurfacing project contract to Deponio Contracting. Ms. Coda.
Sorry, I'm getting close to the. Yes, please. We ran out of coffee earlier. Oh, we got some cards?
I'm all about hydration.
No, it's not.
Like, we didn't make it feel so cold. It's like, we have to do the work somehow.
Okay, next up is the Adams Road resurfacing contract. With this one, the engineering department issued the project for bids, and we received quotes on February 6, 2025. With that, we received 4 bidders for the project. The low bidder was Deponio Contracting, and we recommend Deponio Contracting for the award for Adams Road. With this one, there was the main line, essentially the base bid for the project that was done for resurfacing Adams Road, doing water main improvements on the west side of the road from Wimbledon north, and then also do a point repair for the sewer in the middle of Adams roadway. The alternate that was bid out, essentially alternate number 1 was to try to install a sidewalk on the west side of Adams Road, where none currently exists. So it's about a little bit north of Adams, over the bridge, and then essentially onto the city limits and connect to the one on Bloomfield Township along the west side of the bridge itself. With that, the city has decided not to install the sidewalk of this project. We're currently over budget on this project. And also, too, there were some additional costs that were going to be impacted where we need to look at pedestrian lighting, et cetera. Also, too, with this, the Michigan Department of Transportation, even though they don't own the bridge, we have to do any coordination. They have to review bridge plans, et cetera, type of a deal. They mentioned that they didn't necessarily want the Jersey barriers just to be installed on the bridge. They're potentially looking at, one of the recommendations was what is it currently exists on the east side of the bridge, where the barrier is actually poured and reinforced with the concrete deck of the bridge. So if we wanted to go with a separate pedestrian kind of barrier to mimic the east side to the west side, we are potentially looking at removing the concrete deck of Adams Bridge and repouring it back with the integral concrete barrier with it. So with that, what we would like to do for Adams Road is proceed with the road diet from 4 lanes to 3 lanes and get grading prep for a sidewalk, and hopefully in the future be able to program a capital improvement program to install the sidewalk on the west side of Adams correctly with coordinations with NDOT, and then also to the electrical cost to add pedestrian lighting on the west side of the bridge. And with that, I'm available for any comments on the contract award.
Commissioner Baller.
How much would the lighting be, roughly, if you can estimate it?
$60,000 to $100,000.
60 to 100,000. And what sort of approval do you need from MDOT, and why would we ask for bids on something that isn't approved by them?
So the way it works is that the initial thing was to be able to get a Jersey barrier installed with that. And with that, it was essentially providing some detailed information so at least the bidders could bid on the project and provide quotes and costs for that. While that was occurring, we were having discussions with MDOT about this. With MDOT, they do review the bridge just because this is on the National Highway priority list, so they would be involved with that. And with that, we got the comment back that they necessarily don't want the concrete barriers drilled into it. They're potentially looking at it with, we would have to remove the bridge deck and pour the concrete barrier integral with the concrete deck of the bridge, similar to how the construction happened on the east side when the bridge got installed.
Yes.
So they did look at it, and they did not approve, did they?
Yes.
It isn't a question of they didn't,
So
they didn't pass judgment on it. They did pass judgment.
they did pass judgment on just adding the Jersey barriers to it is not acceptable, and we're potentially looking at removing the bridge deck and pouring an integral. With that, that expands the cost tremendously of what we've got budgeted, and we're already over budget with the road project itself.
And the quotes we got, I think it was either number 1 or A, that was a Jersey barrier? Or
Yes, that was just the Jersey barrier.
Okay, thank you.
And so with that, just knowing that we did for at least the road paving going down from 4 lanes to 3 lanes, is to make sure we incorporate grading for the sidewalk, the curbs, et cetera. So hopefully in the future, in a capital improvement project to bring forward, we could potentially get on the west side a pedestrian sidewalk installed with lighting, potentially removing part of the deck and the barriers, because that cost is going to be higher.
One more question. When that road surface degrades, do you replace the deck, or do you just put a new asphalt surface over it or something like that?
So with that, with it being a concrete deck, usually we try to do patching, et cetera, on the concrete deck, so try to do maintenance. It's when you're potentially looking at some of these subsurface type of a deal that you essentially remove and replace part of the decking itself type of a deal.
Okay. I'm just going to make the comment, this is never going to happen in my lifetime, and probably not in your lifetime either.
But the rest of us are okay?
Commissioner Emmerine.
So the Adams is a city road, correct?
Yes.
But the bridge, is that owned by the city or is that owned by MDOT?
It's owned by the city.
But MDOT reviews it?
Yes, because it's on the National Highway priority list.
Okay, got it. And then when you were talking about the Jersey barrier and replacing the deck, is that deck removal to put the Jersey barrier in? Is it saw cutting the deck and doweling in?
You'd be removing part of the deck, doweling in with reinforcement, et cetera, with the Jersey barrier, and then pour it, that's how the east side.
Still expensive, but not a complete deck removal and replacement.
Correct.
Yeah, got it. That's it for me.
Any other comments that we send?
Doesn't look like a monolithic pour in the pictures. You can see a seam on it.
If there are no more commission questions to Melissa, could we have a motion?
I do have one quick question. Do you have some way that when we're all dead and gone, in 30 years, when somebody looks at this bridge and says that there's a history that we wanted this way back in the 25?
Yes, we can make note of it, and also too, what probably historically would be any references of the plans. So us to make a note on our scan as-built plans that's referenced in GIS, mentioning that we did review this and make notes on the as-built plans for it. And then also too, hopefully with knowledge of potentially people retiring, et cetera, in any department, to be able to provide that knowledge beforehand before someone leaves the department and retires.
Thank you.
Motion?
Suggested resolution. Moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I believe Commissioner Long got it. So motion by Commissioner Baller, second by Commissioner Long. Any comments at the commission on the motion? Any comments from the public on the motion? In the room, I see none. Online, please use the raise your hand function. And I see none. So Ms. Bingham, would you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Baller,
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes. Thank you. We now move to new business D, resolution to implement option 2 narrowing of lanes via painted striping for safety and speed mitigation on Shirley and Arlington. Mr. Dupuy.
Hey everyone, Nick Dupuy, Planning Director. I'm not sure you expected me up here tonight, but I'm actually very pleased to give my colleague a break here for presenting for just a minute. The Shirley and Arlington Speed Mitigation Study, I think the report you're looking at does a really good job of taking you through the history of how we got here, from the construction being completed in November, through the recommendations at the City Commission, the clarifications at the City Commission, and the few meetings at the Multimodal Transportation Board. Ultimately, although this is all true and it all happened, I think we got a little ahead of ourselves in the actual suggested commission action portion of this. If you read previously in the summary or you were watching the meetings, the Multimodal Board explicitly suggested that in selecting option 2, that they recommended that option, painted lanes option 2, be fully vetted, using their words, by the community. And what we failed to do was, I guess, that what I would consider a critical step in relation to their motion. So instead of what you see here, which is adopting a resolution to implement that option 2, kind of that final decision, if you will, I'd like to ask you for a different motion before you consider the totality of the proposal, which is actually adopt a resolution to direct us city staff to begin engaging the residents of Shirley and Arlington and provide that opportunity for them to comment on that option 2, which is the painted striping, before we go ahead and ask you to do what we asked you to do in the packet. So I suppose, if I may ask, we would still love some feedback on option 2, if you think that's a valid, based on the discussion at the planning board, or excuse me, Multimodal Transportation Board, if that's a good way to go to start engaging the community.
So do any commissioners want to make comments on the 4 options?
The only comment I want to make is thank you, Nick. We're dodging a bullet here. It is imperative to talk to the neighbors and see what is their recommendation.
Sure, and I can't take all the credit, thanks to everyone who, pointed that out. I think it was a really valid comment, and we want to do it justice, so.
All right. I certainly understand why the Multimodal Board moved towards option 2. They view it not as a speeding issue, but a pedestrian safety issue. But they also were very realistic when they concluded that most neighbors, given that they had been so insistent on the 33-foot wide road, would not want fixed bike lanes or fixed bollards interfering with parking in front of their homes. That's, I think, a realistic assessment. And so this is option 2 is has the potential to improve safety, give all those visual clues that cause people to hopefully slow down, even though there's not documented speeding, and is the lowest cost option. So I think it's a reasonable thing to take to the neighbors, and it's a good way to start, given that it's 33 feet wide and we don't have sidewalks. Nod to Commissioner Schaefer. Any other comments? Commissioner Long?
I like option 2. I also like option 7 with speed humps. And there are speed bumps on Buckingham in south of our city, off of Woodward to Greenfield. And they're awesome. And I think that we should, I encourage fellow commissioners to take a quick drive down that street. It'll take you 5 minutes. And I think that should be a consideration if we are going to send it back.
But the Multimodal Transportation Board picked option 2 because they didn't conclude that there was speeding, and they didn't conclude that the speed humps improved pedestrian safety because they don't provide the painted pedestrian safety path.
But I think if you go back and talk to the people in Arlington and Shirley, you'll find out that there is a speeding issue on that road.
Other comments? Commissioner Haig.
Well, no, I'm a big fan of adding speed bumps and chicanes and slaloms, and I sent something out this week where Pennsylvania, they're experimenting with wavy lines so that the roadway isn't actually straight looking. The whole roadway looks like it was painted by someone who was drunk, but it actually wasn't, because it's creating a visual perception of the road is constantly wiggling on a straight line, and that slows people down because it plays with your mind. So all sorts of measures. I'm a fan of actually not taking a single point approach. I think it's a multi-point approach, and if paint gives us a start, I do not think it's the finish.
But it is a start. Commissioner Baller?
Well, if we do it, it'll probably be the finish for a long time. We do have one member of the public, one of my neighbors, who's been waiting here patiently for quite some time, and I am eager to hear what he has to say. I will only say that I'm a tad disappointed in, I just want to believe that in 33 feet, it's a pallet. Then there could be a little bit more creativity, beautification, whether you put in a little island in the middle of one of those giant intersections or both intersections. I was hoping that they would consider something that I've seen in other cities where there's an island, but it's close to the curb, and then there's a space, sort of a sidewalk between the curb and the island, which gives temporary respite to pedestrians. But this is something I really want to hear from residents about. So
All right.
That's a super important aspect.
So can we have the motion, and then we'll have comment on the motion? And the motion that Mr. Dupuy asked for, not the one that's in the book?
Yeah.
The one,
I'm happy to make that motion.
okay.
Motion to ask the planning department and the multimodal board to talk to the neighbors and find out how they feel about all these options.
To take option 2 to the neighbors, correct?
Oh, I would,
That's what I said.
yeah, I would object to that. I think the neighbors ought to see look, the multimodal board, they're good people. They're just like the residents on Arlington and Shirley. They're relative novices. I think if the residents are given the basics that the board has, such as narrower roads lead to slower speeds, a place for pedestrians to walk that's well-defined is safer than no place at all that's defined. I would like to take into account what they think regardless of what the multimodal board said. I would take into account what the multimodal board said, but for sure. But I also would like to give them the full range of possibilities and see what they have to say.
Would you want to suggest a friendly modification that everything is shown to them with the indication that the preference was number 2?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd even want them to see more than what we had. Like I said, I think there's opportunity for creativity there. And I'd like to, there was always opportunity for creativity.
I think Commissioner Host needs to, since he did the motion.
Well, my motion was that they see all options.
Okay. So take the multimodal board presentation to the neighborhood. All right, so we have a motion.
And a second.
Yes, do we have a second?
I'll second.
How are we taking it? If this is a comment, may I comment on the motion? We have a second. How are they taking it to the residents? Are they planning on a meeting? Are they planning on a presentation? Both? Social media? Does the wider public get to comment on this?
Mailers?
May I?
Yes.
So we did discuss this before the meeting. Well, our initial plan is to hold a neighborhood meeting just like we did, like the engineering department and team did for Wimbledon last week. Something for a couple of hours where we do send direct mailers with all of the information they could need, the histories and things, and invite them to come chat with us and go that route.
And if I may, we still have the constant contact from the construction project last year. We're going to provide updates with the contractor during the punch list. We can also send a notification out through that way, too.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have had a commission comment on the motion, public comment on the motion.
Please.
811 Shirley, live across the street from Clint. I didn't know we had a problem until I got this note. Clint sent out a notice saying that there was an issue with the street, that the multimodal board was looking into cars are going too fast down the street, we need sidewalks, we need all these things. Have there been any traffic studies done? I don't see speeders on this street. I don't see this at all. And if speeding is the issue, why aren't we enforcing it? Why aren't the police on the street? Why don't we start there? if speeding's also an issue, why don't we put up stop signs? There are many different areas. You could put up a stop sign at Brandon. You could put up a stop sign where Shirley meets Arlington and Arlington meets Shirley. And all these four corners, there could be stop signs to close, to, slow the traffic down. I don't see the fast traffic. I've lived on the street for over 35 years. Sunday, I was out with my granddaughter who was learning how to pedal a bike for the first time without training wheels. We were in the street. It was not a problem. I didn't see speeders going down. So I don't understand why the multimodal board is going after a problem that doesn't exist.
So
I think it's just sour.
residents came to the commission and asked us to do this.
Okay. What, did they do traffic studies?
Yes, they did.
They said there's speeding?
They didn't really note a lot of speeding, but they did say that they believe that there were improvements for pedestrian safety that could be made.
Well,
But it was requested.
I also think this is a little bit of sour grapes after the residents voted not to have sidewalks put in. Okay?
Well-
It's part of the same issue.
We're not considering sidewalks at all.
I understand that, but when you're talking about taking the street and narrowing the street, it's the same as putting the
We're
sidewalks
talking
in a
about
different way.
just paint.
Yeah, well, I think paint will look pretty crappy on that street.
Okay.
You know,
Wow.
it's a beautiful street. We wanted to keep it beautiful. I'd like to add one more thing. I think they did a terrible job paving the street. I don't know if that's been addressed yet. I noticed there's a little pothole in front of my house developing right now. And I think there are areas where the pavement is, when they were paving, where the areas where they start and stop in the middle of the street, it's terrible. It's already bumpy.
Ms. Coda, punch list.
With that, the punch list is scheduled to walk with the contractor this Wednesday afternoon to be able to create a list of items for the contractor to address on the project.
Great, thanks. Okay, anyway,
Right.
thank you for listening, and I'm
Right,
glad
and
you're going to the residents and asking us what we can do, because I think there are a lot of other options, and I did not realize that people were going down the street so fast. I don't see it. And if they are, I think police should be out there enforcing it and put a stop to it that way. And if people are cutting through, I think there are things to stop that as well. You could try one-way streets. You could slow the whole thing down to a crawl if you wanted to without narrowing anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment on the motion? Any comment online? We have Paul De La Rosa.
Paul, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, so Paul De La Rosa, 789 Shirley. I live by the Bormans and Flint. So, by the way, I just heard about this just 2 days ago, so I think it's great to get perspective from the residents. I have 2 kids, they're 7 and 8 years old, so I welcome taking a look at all options to slow down. I don't see too many speeders, but the ones that I do, especially in the summer, they can go quite fast. So all that to say is I welcome taking a look at all options in the future. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other comment on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, thank you. Mr. Dupuy, you have your work cut out for you. All right, we now move to new business E, the Aging in Place Citywide Action Plan.
Okay, hang in there. Surprised a large crowd is not gathered for this. My name is Mark Clements. I'm an Assistant City Manager. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the Ad hoc Aging in Places Citywide Action Plan to you tonight. I will be as quick as I can to address this. First of all, the committee consists of 6 residents chosen by yourselves and 2 staff members. The 2 staff members were well chosen in that they both have ties to the older adult community, and Rebecca Kraft in the library and Leslie Pilak with the museum. Our chairman, Reckinghoff, was here earlier, but she's gone for the night. We do have our co-chair, Chris Braun, in the back. And I'd like to say that For the record, these people put a lot of time and effort into this, and I really respect their dedication to the program. In our 18-month existence, we had 23 meetings in that 18 months, so I thought they did a really, really good job with that. Just a brief overview quickly. This original idea came up because of a strategic goal up on the board right here from having an engaged and connected community. The APC was created by the commission by resolution in April of 23 and seated in July of 23. Excuse me, June of 23. The scope of work came down to three things that the commission asked this committee to look at. First was a detailed demographic study. The second thing was a review of both existing senior services and identification of unmet needs. And finally, to come up with the development of an aging in place action plan. So just as a general overview, this is where I'm going to cover. And obviously, what does it mean to have be aging in place? In simple terms, to age in place means that a person lives in their home as they age for as long as possible. National research indicates that 70 to 90% of society wants to age in place in their home. And then in our Birmingham community survey that we conducted, it turned out that 72% of residents stated it was very important for them to age in their home, and that 80% of residents surveyed said it was important for them to remain in Birmingham. So we are right along with national statistics. This is just a quick snapshot of what the aging in place goals are. I'll come back to this later on in the presentation, but this is just a snapshot. It came out to, after our work, that we had 19 goals, and then as part of that, we had 64 different tasks or options to achieve those goals. I think it's important to go from a historical perspective too on the senior community. There were two prior Birmingham Area Seating Coordinated Council, or BASC, that was created. It was created by the Birmingham Public Schools to establish an area-wide senior citizens program. And they covered the 9 different jurisdictions that cover the Birmingham Public Schools. And it was also at that time that there was no cost to the schools provided BASC a home at no cost. In 2015, BASC was renamed to Next. Membership has soared to over 2,300 members. Average attendance is over 1,500 participants weekly, approximately. And expanded services included support services to the most vulnerable segment of our society. There were 2 senior services committees that were formed by previous city commissions to address, basically, if you look at the second bullet point there, created to address rising senior population, including the appropriate funding and generous funding and governance models necessary to support those needs. This group met. It was comprised of our neighborhood partners of Bingham Farms, Beverly Hills, and Franklin, and Southfield Township. And they basically came up with a 2-phase approach. One was to seek additional monies from Birmingham, Beverly Hills, Bingham Farms, and Franklin. And 2 was to utilize a bond issue. You can see there, utilize a bond issue to create an updated facility, replace municipal funding with a senior millage, and increase space for a senior center. The second, that committee, that committee did produce a report for the commission in all of the committees. That final report was presented to the City Commission in September of 2013, and no further action was taken by any of the 4 communities on that report. However, I will note that they did increase, all 4 communities increased the municipal funding to support Next. In 2018, there was a second Joint Senior Services Committee formed. Basically, it had the same basic premise as the first one, to try and see if they could take another crack at the apple to see if they could come up with a way to do it. Unfortunately, also it was time during their progress was slowed by COVID. They never did come up with a final report, but they did come up with a proposed interlocal agreement to increase the funding for Next from the municipal communities. That was also presented to each of the 4 communities, and it was not accepted by any of those 4. And finally, in 2021, City Attorney Kuchar met with the attorneys from Beverly Hills, Bingham Farms, and Franklin, and they were able to negotiate an interlocal agreement that did come before the City Commission. And basically, this interlocal agreement is to enable Next to rely on stabilization and predictability for its finances in order to serve the seniors residing in all 4 of the interlocal governmental units. Currently, this interlocal agreement supports about 18%, accounts for about 18% of Next's operating budget. And the interest also, all 4 goes, the interlocal agreement funding goes to Next, not to any place else. So the Citywide Aging in Action, I want to talk a lot about the process that we occurred in this. And this is just a general outline. I'm not going to read it to you, but the group really took into effect, they really wanted to look at how can our walking papers or our mission was different than the previous 2 committees in that you're asked for a specific thing in demographics, existing services, and also an aging in place plan, which is much different than the 2 first committees that were appointed. So moving forward, the first thing that the group really wanted to do was to come up with a community survey to really get a pulse on what the community, our specific community, and our neighborhoods around us, our community neighborhoods around us, wanted out of this program. So the committees put a significant amount of time into coming up with this survey, and this is a 2-page survey looking at specifically things tailored to the city of Birmingham, that being our demographics, city functions of what's important to us, transportation, housing, social and civic engagement, communications. And some of the neat things about this survey was we looked at it, we really wanted to try and find a way to get to as many people as we could. So we did something different. We created only a 2-page survey because it could be included in the city's water bills. And that way we could get the entire survey mailed out to every resident in the city, which had not been tried before. So we had to limit the survey to a smaller size, but we felt that this was really getting to people that traditionally may not be tech savvy or be able to go to meetings, but older people tend to watch their mail far more closely than other people do. As well as it also had a QR code at the top, so you could download it as well if they were tech savvy. And we also took in hard copies. We distributed this at Next, at the library, at the museum, at the ice arena, here at City Hall. And so we really tried to make a conscientious effort to touch as many seniors and many community members as possible to get their range of interest in this project. So these are all basically facts and figures of what we learned from the demographics part of the study that we got from the community survey. Obviously, the largest population of residents were between the ages of 50 and 54. 3 of the top 4 ages that are increasing in age from 2010 to 2022 were people between the ages of 60 and 74. And it's down there on number 6. In Southeast Michigan, the population of persons over the age of 65 is projected to increase approximately 27% between 20 and 2050, versus the number of school-age children are expected to actually fall 4% over that same time period. There's a SEMCOG statistic out there that says that by 2028, it'll be the first time in Southeast Michigan where the number of people age 65 outnumbers the number of children under the age of 17. So demographics-wise, it was very apparent to us that we are an older, aging population, and that the time for taking action with an aging in place plan is certainly pertinent at this time. The next thing we looked at was the review of existing services. Obviously, right now, our city services are done by Next, and Next is a 501c3. It also provides senior services for Beverly Hills, Bingham Farms, and Franklin. Their budget's about just a little over $1 million. It includes, of that, included in that is $310,000 in in-kind donations from the Birmingham Public Schools in terms of the rent that they are not charged for their use of space at Middale School. Next only has 14 employees, only 2 of which are full-time. They rely heavily on volunteers. 3,885 hours a year was the last year of service. They are housed in the former elementary school, Midvale, at no cost. They're limited to about 10,000 square feet of space, and they share the building with the Birmingham Early Childhood Center. Some of the nice things about the space is they do have a separate entrance with a nice lobby that's used by members. Next has about 230 offerings each month. 69% of the community survey respondents indicated that they were familiar with Next as being the city's primary older services provider. And they do offer a comprehensive list of support services to the entire community, not just members, but the entire community who are in need of extra assistance. These things include Meals on Wheels, transportation services, medical equipment loaner program, yard and home maintenance, information referral to area services, nutritional support, and health screenings. So it also should be noted that the city of Birmingham has no formal senior older adult department or municipal office. Senior older adult services are not addressed in the city charter. We do have a senior services section on our website, but it's basically limited to what certain departments offer our seniors, police, fire, museum, library, and such. Currently, the city contribution to Next is about $126,000 a year that comes out of the general fund. Again, as I indicated earlier, with our interlocal partners, there's about 18% of Next's budget comes from the interlocal agreement. And then, obviously, we did in the last year, we did get a 3.33 senior millage for a 3-year period of time. And the senior millage was specifically to enable the city to make interim improvements to the YMCA building and establish a sinking fund to contribute towards the cost of the permanent improvements to the building for use as a senior/recreation center in the future. So that was not for operations, it was for the building itself that the city had purchased in 2023. So some of the things we talk about with unmet needs, obviously I think to the commission's credit, we are currently addressing the big one. The first one is obviously the building, a facility. Obviously Next is looking for a more permanent home. This commission has looked at this incident in the past. Recently there was a proclamation issued by the commission trying to get the Birmingham Public Schools to enter into a long-term lease with Next. That did not occur. So the city commission has made it a priority to move forward with trying to find some place for Next as a place, facility for them to operate. 38% of the community survey respondents were familiar with Next comprehensive support services. Only 38%. So a big part of what Next does, a lot of people don't really know what they do in terms of all those things we listed out earlier, the Meals on Wheels, the loaner program, the services that they offer. We need to do a better job of getting that out. 61% of the community surveys indicated that affordability of housing in Birmingham was a concern of theirs. 40% of community surveys indicated that stairs or barriers were their greatest concern regarding their ability to age in place. And regarding alternative housing options, the most popular was more seniors living facilities with 35%, and small tiny houses at 24%, and rental units at 18%. Only 14% of our community survey residents felt that we had an adequate number of public restrooms for the public. And the community survey indicated that e-blasts and e-newsletters were the most effective communication tools. Interestingly enough, 78% of the community surveys responded that they would like to volunteer to assist others, which we thought was interesting, and that we're always having a hard time finding people for boards, volunteers for things. So obviously in that, what are we doing wrong that 78% of our respondents want to volunteer, but yet we're having a hard time getting that. And then finally, 15% of our community respondents reported feeling isolated or alone. So the framework of our aging in place plan. So what we looked at, there are many, the committee looked at the county, the state, private organizations to try and find out, obviously this isn't the first run at an aging in place plan that someone's done. It's been done many times by many different communities. So we examined what others have done in the past. And what we found was the most effective framework for coming up with a aging in place plan is to look at the AARP's 8 domains of livability. And the domains are used as a measure to gauge where a community is in terms of aging in place and assist communities in identifying unmet needs that require attention to improve the ability of older adults to age in place. So this is what we based our framework around, these domains of livability. Now, that being said, we looked at that and we felt that there's a lot of overlap between the 8. And we wanted to make sure that we specifically tailored our programming down to emphasize what's going on in our community in Birmingham. So what we looked at is we reduced those 8 domains down into a modified 5-domain system. Birmingham and your needs, communication information, social and civic engagement, which includes civic participation, employment, social participation, and inclusion. Housing, which also includes community supports and health services, and transportation. So we felt that, and as you're going to see as you go through the plan, there are going to be times where these different domains overlap with one another, and it's going to appear like we're saying the same thing twice. But when the group, AIPC, went over this, there are specific ideologies included with each one of these. For example, for communication and information, how we communicate in terms of a housing-related issue will be different than how we relate a communication with transportation or with social or civic engagement. So there will be subtle differences between the communication modes, but it would appear that there is overlap amongst them. The AARPC adopted the framework to directly align with the aging in place plan with our community sentiments, and also that the modified community allow the community survey to be completed in the 2-page format, and the AIP's desire for a clear, easy-to-complete, community-oriented survey that was simple to return. So the format came down to, after we received all the information, did the community survey, spent a significant amount of time analyzing the community survey, and then the group sat down, looked at what the community information was, looked at what the survey results were, looked at what others had done in the past, neighboring jurisdictions, what the state does, what the county does, what the services available to those, and then we sat down to write the actual aging in place plan. So the number of goals started out at about 30. We reduced it down to 19 over the course of the plan development. We did not want the plan to be too long or too overwhelming for people to take in. For each goal, the action plan lays out various tasks or activities that need to be implemented in order to achieve those stated goals. In the plan we presented to you tonight, there are 64 different actions or options or tasks that we feel could be utilized to attain those goals. As with any good action plan, it also identifies who we felt was best to work on the tasks. The groups are listed there. We also identified the resources necessary to achieve the tasks, and those resources are listed in the action plan. And then finally, obviously, there should be a timeline with any action plan, and those are in there as well. Short term, 3 to 6 months, medium term, 1 to 3 years, and a longer term, 3 to 5 years. The aging in place plan is also color coordinated. It's about 20 pages in length. It utilizes larger text, and we feel it's easier to read for our older population. So this is an example of what, this is right from the plan from the housing section. This would be the first goal in the housing. It says, improve communication and connection with older adults to provide a network of service providers willing to assist with home modifications and maintenance. And then it talks about the different tasks that they could be used to accomplish that goal. The next column over is the who we feel is most able to do that, the resources necessary in the next column, and obviously the timetable. So I'm going to go back up just for a second And in the interest of time, these are the actual goals, and it's up to the commission. I can go over each one of these goals and the associated tasks and options to do it, or I can simply take questions from you in terms of what you'd like me to parlay to you about these. It's totally up to you guys.
First of all, excellent presentation. I have not read the plan. I didn't have time. But I am eager to read the plan, and I would like to know if I can also get a copy of your presentation.
It's included
It's in the packet.
Oh, is it? Okay, because I looked for it. I guess I wasn't.
It's at the end.
That's at the end, okay. So I think we're going to, I would like to discuss this at another time, when we've all, maybe you all have read it and can digest it.
Right.
And maybe publicize it a little bit more and get it on an agenda earlier than 11:42 p.m. so that some people who are probably in bed by now.
So,
Comment on it.
so Commissioner Baller, I had this discussion with ACM Clements today, and we do understand that first of all, the plan is aspirational, just like the 2040 plan is aspirational, and the sustainability plan is aspirational. Approving this does not obligate us to do anything, because obviously our actions, we act on motions, ordinances, laws. But this is certainly worthy of more time to digest at the commission level and at the community level, and we may want to handle it like we did the sustainability plan, maybe make it the focus of a workshop, where we can go into it in detail at a future date. So I think, we wanted the presentation tonight because it was noticed on the agenda, but I think what we would like to do is bring it back potentially as a workshop at a later date, where we can discuss in detail the goals and the resources and the tasks, and ask questions and allow the community to ask questions, because it is certainly not getting the audience that it needs at 11:44 at night. So I think we would want to take no action at this time and ask the ACM Clements to work with the city manager about when we could get it on a workshop agenda. Yes, Commissioner Host.
I just want to share with you, we had the one male that was on the committee, Jay Reynolds, and we also had the chair, Racklenhoff, and they left an hour ago. So, but Chris is still here as the co-chair. But I think you're on the right track. It's not fair at 11:45.
So knowing that it's going to come back to us, does anyone have any questions that they want to ask Mark now?
I don't have a question. I just want to reiterate how thoroughly wonderful and in-depth the report is. You really did a hell of a job.
Yeah. I think it's kind of cool, too, because you obviously charged six of your fellow residents to do this, and the 2 staff members, but the entire report was done in-house. No consultants were used. The community survey itself was the largest community survey results in the history of the city, 690, which is the biggest one yet. So I think we did a lot of things, the committee did, to really try and touch as many people as we could and really get to the Birmingham situation of where we're at as a community in terms of aging in place.
And you had public meetings for 18 months, and I don't know whether there was any attendance from the public at them?
There was. Yeah, we had a core group of people that were regulars that would come to our meetings. And we did have, obviously, 2 public open houses, one at Next and one here for the community. We also went out to the winter market event to mingle with people. And I also went to all three of our interlocal partners, city or village commissions, and pitched the community survey to each one of those boards.
Excellent. So, anything else? All right, thank you very much. No action on this item tonight. Commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring the topic up for future discussion of the next reasonable agenda. No discussion will happen on the topic tonight. Commissioner Host.
I have three of them, but they're going to be pretty quick. One is, I think we should talk about the name, the Birmingham Community and Senior Center. Is this the name that we should be using for the YMCA site? Is a question that I think we ought to discuss.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Quicker than me.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, yes.
so 7-0?
Okay.
The second one, I asked the city manager 3 weeks ago for how much money have we spent on the non-existent $32 million bond thus far? And I have not had a response, even saying, I don't know. And I think we all deserve to know how much money we're spending on a potential bond. That's my motion. That it be an agenda item.
You want to know how, not just on the, to say we spend it on the bond, we're not spending any, you mean on the project?
On the process, yes, sir.
Project, yeah. I'll second that. I think that's a reasonable question. It's a pretty simple question. What, where do we stand? Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Third
And
one.
my third one, you already know about. I think we should have a workshop on the unimproved roads and the infrastructure. And during that workshop, we should be talking and brainstorming versus listening to a dog and pony show.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All right, yeah, I'm not sure that we needed to say dog and pony show, but
I'm sorry.
presentation.
Presentation, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Baller, you had something?
Yes. A couple of weeks ago, Melissa Coda mentioned that she was talking about, I think it was at the Unimproved Streets workshop, where she said, some percentage of the calls they get are this. And I said, well, is that percentage a percentage of 10 or of 100 or what? And she said 100. And I think I mentioned at some point, do you recall that? And I mentioned at some point, maybe then it sort of, when I used to work at the newspaper, if you got 2 or 3 letters about something, that was a big deal. 5 or 6 phone calls. It meant there were literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people who were concerned. So if the city, so it's part of our job is to represent our constituents and keep our finger on the pulse. I do not get 100 calls about anything. And so if the city's getting 100 calls about a topic, or even 10 calls about a topic, I think it's something we ought to hear about. We ought to know what, and I don't know how you manage that, so maybe it's something we need to talk about it. We're not, I don't, maybe that's at step 2 of the process, but I think it's reasonable for us to know what our constituents are calling City Hall, if City Hall is getting more than, say, 5 calls on a particular topic.
So are you looking for a Pareto of issues?
I don't know. It's something
so
to
we
talk
can get
about
numbers?
later on. If you think that's something we should talk about, I make a motion we talk about that agenda topic. If you don't, that's okay, we can.
I'll second.
I was going to say, if we can get a Pareto, then...
What's a Pareto? It's a big word.
It's like a burrito.
Especially for almost midnight.
It's like a burrito, but it's not.
It's the new thing in taco.
You don't want to eat it.
Does it have Doritos in it?
No, but it would be like a priority ranking of, or a mapping of issues, so that we could look at what the number of them are compared to the total, and then it'll effectively rank them. So if we have 100 calls on roads, that would be number one.
Yeah.
So,
Well, let's talk about it.
if I may, we could easily quantify the number of GovAlert reports and complaints that we got on distinct subjects. I would say quantifying phone calls would require some creativity on how to aggregate all of it, just because I think, somebody calls DPS and they report one thing and they report it again to engineering. It's a little fuzzy, and the manager's office, we take all issues. So as a way to track collectively what we're receiving, we would.
And not double and triple count.
And not double and triple count. We would need to think of a process
Yeah, it's late.
internally to
There
work
would
on
be,
it.
I envision a lot of discretion here.
Easily done.
Okay? The discretion is, you think it's something we ought to know about. We don't know what
All
we
right,
don't.
so do we need a motion on that, or have we just given direction that we'd like you to investigate that?
Well, unless we want to talk about it some more. But
It sounds as though at least the GovAlert data is something that can be processed and given to us for a starting point. Melissa's
That be
said that's
included in the manager's report?
Fine. Start
Okay.
with the breakdown there. But
Anything
expect
else?
questions.
Well, I mean, I was surprised that the engineering department alone was getting 100 calls about anything, even if it was over a year. That's a lot. That might not be GovAlert,
Yeah.
The high alert.
I want to hear it.
These guys are fired up.
High alert?
If they were best, Scott and I were just calculating this back, I probably average anywhere between 5 or 8 phone calls a day, just directly to myself. So that's over 1,000 phone calls a day. Some other people in our department get about 5 or 10 phone calls a day also. So it wouldn't be unnecessarily that the engineering department gets anywhere between 10 to 30 phone calls a day.
About what? That's what we need to know.
Specifics.
Roads. Your unimproved roads.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's mostly for
Okay, that is gigantic.
You mean our unimproved roads?
Potholes from the number one complaint we get in GovAlert is pothole issues all over the city.
Okay. That's news to me. That level of concern
is off the charts.
It's off the charts. It means everybody.
And probably about once every month, we get a phone call from a resident that moved in on a property, not realizing they lived on an unimproved road. Average about once a month.
That have to move sidewalks.
I just think for a little levity on this, counterpoint would be when we sent out, I'm guessing, 14,000 letters to our citizens about the leads, the lead in the lines and what we were going to do. And it was so beautifully written, we got 0 calls.
Yeah.
Commissioner Haig?
Okay, well, I sent out something this week to Melissa, who forwarded it to the commissioner. So based off hearing that there's 1,000 calls a year, I would like us to do a study like Troy did, where we literally use the same methodology that was used for this aging in place study and literally ask the community, what are the top 5 things that are on your minds? What are your worries? Where do you think we're going? Because the Troy study was really interesting, because number 1 on their study results was roads, infrastructure. They were not happy. And then, kind of Pareto style, they went down from there as to what was of lesser importance. And if you looked at the ranking of things in the importance, I brought up Maslow. Maslow was at the top, and nice to haves were at the bottom. So I want to know what this community wants to do, because if we're talking about having a bond, and we've had massive amounts of discussion about the infrastructure and that we use however was it 15 million over the last few years or whatever it was that we put into infrastructure. We use 14% of our annual budget on just road budget. Okay, if that's not good enough, residents, what do you want? Because out of 100%, where do you want to put each percentage of it? I'd love to see that result rather than us sitting here hypothesizing and looking at individual issues one at a time, because there's no linking. That's something else that we don't see here. There is no linking. Everything always has to be an individual issue and ignoring the bigger picture. Fine. Community, what's the bigger picture to you? What's your top 5? What do you want to see done? Just tell us. And then that reprioritizes this entire commission. In my
I think
opinion.
1,000 calls should reprioritize.
Well, that's what that was my trigger.
Need a survey.
Right. Well, what's number 2?
Okay, so this is an interesting discussion. Is a motion that we want to have a discussion of looking at community priorities, or
I would like to get community feedback. So if it takes a motion for us to request a pathway to getting active community feedback that is not on a singular issue, it's asking them what they want, or maybe giving, here's 10 things that we know of in our future.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you rank these 10 things? City Hall, is that important to you, or is it not important? Police station remaining accredited, or police department remaining accredited and the things they need, is that important or not? Is the roads the most important thing? Because again, there's 100% in the budget, there's not 150%.
Okay, so this sounds like it needs a motion, that we bring this up, a discussion of a community survey, a motion, a second, and then it needs to move to stage 2.
That's fine with that. So motion with the wording you just said was appropriate.
There's actually 2 things here. What he's talking about and what I brought up, and what I will say is I can narrow my concern to the calls you get about roads. And I would like, personally, it's just me, a written report with actual numbers or estimates, like something that's on paper that people can look at and read and see. It's not something we discuss at 11:50.
Agreed.
Wouldn't it be best to have that in the city manager's report each month?
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is there's a record already. She just told us. They just put their heads together, and I'm not talking about a long report, 1 page that says we get this kind of contact from the residents on an ongoing basis. Here are some sample numbers, and going forward, we'll continue to report to you. I think it's shocking. The numbers. We're a small community. I mean.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for the idea of community survey, and we've already given direction about the calls that Melissa's going to investigate.
Community priorities survey or something like that.
Yeah, all right, so we can work out the language when it moves to phase 2. So all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Anything else? Commission discussion items for a prior meeting, we have none. Communications, we have several letters in the packet and the addendum that Alex gave us tonight about the Community and Senior Center. Commissioner reports, commissioner comments, advisory boards, committees, and reports and agendas. Legislation, city staff. There's a lovely report about pesticide use.
Did you say commissioner comments?
Yes.
I have a commissioner comment. Do you
All right.
have a commissioner comment?
No, but I like the way the mayor just blitzed over it.
I know we want to go home, and I want to go home too, but I have a comment.
Okay.
If we are not, at this point, given what we've went through last week, if we are not actively thinking about a Plan B for the YMCA project, we are not doing our job. Okay? Whether it's us thinking about it, the administration, the stakeholders, the why, the next. If we keep moving forward as if nothing just happened with the economy and the stock market and the steel and lumber and all the things that would need. So I don't know what the direction is, or I don't know what we do. But we run the show, and we've always said, I think there's been consensus up here, that we do it right. We don't do it fast. My opinion is we haven't been doing it very right. And right now, it's another inflection point, or whatever you want to call it. What just happened, and these tariffs, and the economy, and the stock market, and I don't know if those quotes on Wimbledon had anything to do with that or not. That was, a month ago. But I don't think the people, Clark, that we hired to give us pricing, I don't think there's any way they're going to be able to give us pricing. So, I don't know what we do, but we got to be talking about it.
Okay, but that's not an agenda item tonight?
It's a comment. It's
Okay.
a commissioner comment that says, I'm on it. I'm talking to people personally. I'm doing the best I can to get people to start thinking about it. I don't have the answer, but
I just want to say that from the city manager's office, we have thought about that. We've thought about that for quite some time now, and we have worked on a Plan B, and we do have a Plan B in place if, in fact, our initial plans go astray.
What is it?
Well, I guess I would leave that to another day. I mean, I don't really want to.
Right.
I just want you to know that we have talked about it, and there has been work done on a Plan B. And basically, it returns, I think it's safe to say, it returns to the original MOU as to what we would fall back on.
Yeah, but, okay, just to put an observation into that, just because I think we do need a little bit of thought to bring to the discussion. The original MOU was under the premise that the YMCA was actually exiting the building at a certain point, and the YMCA don't have enough space.
Okay, this is-
Wait.
No,
Because
this
the
is
MOU
off
didn't
stray.
cover operating
This is off
costs.
stray. Discussion
All
of the validity of the MOU is off topic. It's not an advertised agenda item. Nobody has the opportunity to discuss it. The why and the next are not here. So we had a commissioner comment. We've heard that the city's working on it. That we can talk about this at the next meeting when it's an agenda item.
Okay, bring details.
Yes,
And
fine.
details of how the MOU will actually then be executed, because the MOU showed no operating pattern whatsoever, and it was an unsustainable business case.
Okay, any other commissioner comment? All right, I note the pesticide report for us to look at, which shows that the city's making great strides in minimizing their use of, except for West Nile virus. Parks and Rec didn't use any insecticides or pesticides last year, and they are moving towards sustainable natural management, which is lovely, as part of the sustainability plan. And we thank you, commend you. And could we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.